immediately after his birth. Okay, so when I was still working in the United States, right, in the United States system, um, yes, there have been a lot of push for like maternity leave and whatnot, but one of the deficiencies a lot of times is exchanging and delegating a like a your turn, my turn kind of thing, and paternity leave was a sticking point because in the United States there's a tend to be a huge hyper focus on probably a consequence of the gender roles that we had established already and still exist now, and paternity is not as I guess assumed in the United States. So you get 2 weeks. I don't know what the US standard is. I know it's a lot more deficient than coming from the maternal side of things. And it's not a competition or anything. It's just when you hyper focus on supporting and augmenting one side due to status quo, you forget, it's often forgotten that the paternal side, the father's side, could offset when you're juggling stuff. So yeah. Is maternity different in the UK? My friend in Sweden had a kid at the same time as me, and he got full paternity leave. They're pretty much the polar opposite of states in that regards. That's fair. And remember, we're only specifically talking about leaves. In exchange for that, there are other things that are gained and lost compared to that. Sweden, the reason why I'm saying that is Sweden is in a less compromising country. It's a country that is very extreme in terms of its give or takes. So using Sweden as a comparison can often generally make it feel like everything's the opposite of Sweden. Sweden has its problems too, but it's pros and cons depending on it. In the analyzing their political choices is pretty interesting. Yeah. For me, I don't know enough, but I just know what I do know, or the stuff that people pay attention to, is pretty interesting. I think you know how when you think of examples, often to create contrasts, to make the point clear, we as human beings, we tend to pick extreme cases to highlight what happens if they're really extreme. And Sweden is one of the countries that are extremely all or none in their policies. So it's really, it often comes up a lot. And it's not from the fault of it's not intended or anything. It's just, that country is a really great case study for comparing to like the UK, the US, even Asian countries, like Eastern, Western policy. They're still somewhat closer than the all or none policies of Sweden, which makes it a really great way to compare and contrast. Well, what happens when it's one and zeros? And I do hear a lot, and getting to know Sweden's policies is a pretty great way to see what it's like to be extremely extreme. A country that doesn't have like a variation kind of within the country. My wife got 6 months. Wow. Okay. That's solid. I think that's similar here. I wouldn't know because I haven't ever been a parent yet, and I haven't married anyone who's female, so I think 6 months sounds about right. Almost full pay. We use savings to keep her. Okay, awesome. That's cool. I'm glad you have the flexibility. I get all my info about Sweden from an old friend, and I think he only tells me the stuff he can. You have to ask yourself, right, Silver? If you wanted to talk about your country, one would first start with the nice stuff, you know? Because that's very positive thinking. So your friend strikes me as a very positive person. Obviously, I tend to be that person who, when I see contrast, there are very few things in human policy and rights and stuff that tend to be very polar, where we can actually earnestly say, oh, it's like the opposite, which that type of stuff doesn't happen too often, unless it's a discussion about very specific countries, which is Sweden would be a big one. China would be one too. In the United States, it's like, I can agree with you because of my experiences that paternity is behind, but I'm only part of a specific subset of the United States, and it varies between private and public sectors. Like, private sectors get to choose their terms, like they have autonomy over their terms. The federal standard, like the state and federal standard, tends to have something else, and there's a huge difference between paternity and maternity. And a lot of times, way back in the day, I mean like politics 2 or 3 years ago, hyper focus on, hey, you know, mothers have to take care of your child for like an extended amount of time, even after birth, right? So how do we offset that? How do we support that? One of the things that are often ignored or like down appreciated is offering benefits to rotate the father figure out career-wise in order to offset that time. A lot of times it's like, no, it's the mother has all the responsibilities, they have to sacrifice. Like, it's all intended purposes is to help successfully back career-oriented couples, those who are stable, career-oriented, or like contributing to your country in terms of working and whatnot. In general, a resource that's not tapped is to increase the responsibility, but at the same time support the father figure to offset the mother, which nowadays I'm not sure if that has changed at all. Sometimes hyper focus on gender roles impede the understanding that it's a win-win. The issue before was, oh yeah, mothers have all these things, they have to give up all these things, so we need to somehow make it more acceptable to focus on increasing their benefits. But you can also contribute to the family by increasing the benefits of the father instead of the mother to offset that. But it's always been a competition, like how much does the father need, how much does the mother need, and that became a rift point where it stopped just thinking, well, they both need time for a successful childbearing early years. Like, it's a win-win. Because of the hyper focus on gender policy, the father and the mother gets indirectly pitted against each other, but they're both part of the family. The idea is they're not in competition. More benefits for both. You're using You're putting down the paternity benefits to increase the maternity benefits. Why not? Why is it a competition when there are two parents or a child or children? So it was really weird when I was watching this policy. It's like, oh yeah, but they don't need any more leave. The mother is more important. No, but the father is more, like, you know, there was like this argument that happened. It's like, wait a minute. Why is there even a competition? More think any benefit on behalf of either parent is contributing to the success of their children, or it's adding to the potential success of the parents. There was some weird discussions like, oh yeah, but you know, the mothers are more important. The fathers they're both important. They're both important. Why are you fighting each other? You should, the politics should collaborate and enhance and encourage parenthood to be more successful. With all this said, in the United States, if you work for the private sector, it's whatever condition they make. So the idea behind what I'm saying is it's the mindset. The mindset is not encouraging. A lot of times just by doing helps remind people the mindset of, hey, you know, having children and being successful at the same time are very important things. It's instead they're more focused on who does better, who's more important, which side is more important. And if I was a business owner, you know, in the private sector, and I wanted to maximize profits in a really, really dark, pragmatic way, it's great that parents are fighting amongst themselves on who is important and who needs more benefit at the sacrifice of the other. Because from a business standpoint, it means you have to pay for less benefits. So what would a business person in the private sector would do would be to just sit back and watch. Sit back's like, all right, go at it. I will take whoever wins out of this argument, and overall, I would end up paying less to a family unit overall. If you continue to infight, it only means that the employer has to concern themselves with less benefit output for the expense of their company. And this happens a lot. I know this topic is extremely important and is very easily one-sided morally. So you can empathize a lot and sympathize with the problem. But there are other examples, like for example, when Facebook was charged with responsibility of unintentional grooming of youth, right? Like feeding them and some ads and whatnot. The idea, though, is for us business with pragmatism. It's like, all right, I'll let you guys spend all the money and time to argue about what we should do. Please tell us what we should do, because you guys are arguing within yourselves. So no matter what comes out of it, it will mean less things we have to do. So as a company, you would sit back and let your opponents argue amongst themselves, because the things they will come to is not the full force of their agreement. It's more like whoever wins the argument. So you only have to cater to the ones that win the argument. You don't have to cater to everyone. And this is like the similar situation between like fathers versus mothers. It's not fathers versus mothers. It's parents, pro-parents versus anti-parents. Like, when you're arguing about who's more important, you're being anti-parenthood as opposed to being pro-parenthood. Anything you can give towards the father and the mother will enhance the chance of success of parenthood. So it's kind of one of those things like, what is your principles? Do you care about parenthood? No, you really care more about the gender roles. So sometimes hyper-focusing, stepping back a little and giving the perspective of who's actually winning or losing from this. It's like, certainly, yes, I get it. You're trying to push that maternity is more important than paternity, but you're putting it behind this guise that you care about parenthood. The more strife you put between husband and wife, the more the parents lose out. So it's weird, but I quite literally sat around with colleagues arguing about this. I'm just puzzled. I'm like, how are we arguing about mothers and fathers being more important when they're both important? They provide essential things. They can... It's weird. Anyways, that's a slight digression, but I've sat in these discussions so many times. It's like, without perspective, no bigger picture perspective. It's just really hyper focused on agenda, and that's what happens when you're in a group of people who think a lot. They tend to get hyper focused on the finer details and haven't stepped back for the larger details. Well, that's interesting. We have some of a pick a lead parent situation, and whoever that gets the... Oh, interesting. Yeah, it should be viewed as a benefit. Yes, that's what I mean. Like, why lead parent? Silver, why lead parent? How about alternative? How about offer, let the parents decide how that leave is divvied. Slap the 6 months and the 2 weeks together and have both the parents equally delegate amongst themselves what is most appropriate, because it is the success of the household. A lead parent would suggest there's one parent that's more essential than the other parent, and I totally don't like that mentality. A household is a household. The husband and wife, the mother and the father are delegating people who know best. Give them a lump sum leave and have them decide, and focus on improving or finding the compromise necessary to fund leave for a household. Yeah. Even the policies, the United States has this policy as well. It's kind of closer to the UK system, where the idea is those who are offering these leave are prescribing, telling the household, the mother, the parents, that they have to make a choice who is more important to the household. That mentality constantly reinforce the stereotype and the thing that creates more strife than necessary. Just let the household decide for themselves. I guess it makes it hard for the employers to, if it's yes, it is. So there's a gigantic con we're avoiding, right? What is the trade-off? Employers have to negotiate these things. It is at the expense of the employer. So much like what I said in a dark tone way, employers sit back from a business standpoint and a pragmatic standpoint. It's more headache for the employer. So you have to ask yourself, who are you fighting? The employer or amongst yourself? So if I had to choose a pragmatic approach for fighting for your household, like considering your household, you would put your household first, if that is your objective, and your employer second. Because your employer, here's more pros and cons, right? Your employer is better equipped at work. Like, you might be thinking, yeah, it will inconvenience your employer and your employer, but they, skill-wise, are already better equipped at addressing this inconvenience, then two parents, this child only has, or this child tend to on average have two parents, right? Back in the day, either of those two fail, it dramatically and significantly hurt the success of the family. And what happens when the family fails? You're out of an employee anyways. Like, as an employer, yes, in the short term, so much less hassle if the parents just fight amongst themselves with their policies and stuff, and we'll just force a decision on them. That makes the employer convenient and whatnot. But what happens when your employee fails? Well, you're out of an employee by default in the long run. Like, it will diminish whatever your employee performs anyway. So upfront headache, I could make an argument per se to hire someone to create a system that is dynamic enough to take up the upfront rearrangement of your employees, expecting that your employees will more likely stay with you and work at a higher efficiency in the long term, because they are more likely to be more grateful to you as an employer. In fact, you might even attract even more employee and higher productivity in the long run. But that is a promise. It's a outlook. So you're not guaranteed that. And from a pragmatic standpoint, it's logical to guarantee a short-term benefit or short-term overall benefit or lower costs than a long-term output. Because that's what is the saying about business? The saying is, don't invest in a hope. Like, dude, investing in something that is going to happen is the biggest risk you can take as a business owner, especially a multi-million-dollar decision. So yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, in a dream, yes, that's it. That's the phrase. Investing in a dream is a really big business risk, especially taxing on pragmatism. But at the same time, these are people. A dream is a concept that can be independent of a person, right? It could be something that doesn't involve groups of people who don't dynamically see and hope like you do. So it's a difficult situation. I'm not a big business owner, right? I don't run my own company and stuff, so I can't even begin to fathom all the pros and cons that they have to go through. But for me, I see two parents, and every time this comes up, especially about leave of absence, I keep thinking that all we ever do, especially in a Western society, when I mean we, I mean the Western society, reinforce that it's not a household. It's one lead parent who's doing most of the work, and one parent that is doing less of the work. And is it a fact? Actually, statistically, like if you take all the it's not the fact, but conventional knowledge, because of the way our policy works, like many countries' policy works, it reinforces that misconception. Even though if one parent fail, it's likely to dramatically decrease the chance of success of the household. Either or. So it's not more about who's doing more, it's about how essential are both the parents. And usually they're both essential for the success of the household. So you're trying to meet sufficiency, like what is sufficient for the success of the household? Both the parents. It's a reasonable perspective. Both parents are sufficient. You know. I think that bleeds into relationships rather than just from a business outlet. One of the biggest strains on us when times were hard was the view that the working parent isn't doing it. Yeah, no, it's creating dichotomy. It's hurting the family unit. Overall, I get it. We're really, like, in the United States right now, the biggest trend is to talk about the perceptive inequality. Like, what is creating inequality, and they're focused on that. Rarely have I seen where, okay, we talk about these inequalities, sure, okay, like, keep these in mind, but then step back and say, is the overall household being damaged by this focus? And in the United States, there are individuals like myself, I guess, with a more, I guess, drier perspective on the analytics of what's happening. They don't mean to say that gender equality and roles and stuff are unimportant. It's that the consequence of hyper-focusing on these things is destroying the household. It's creating a lower success, and then you have all these people, like, they are upholding the status quo, right? But the one message they get accurate is they're upholding the status quo because they believe in it and whatnot. It's so, like, they are upholding it because it creates consistency, and overall it returns the household success to what it was compared to now. So the idea is, they raise a fair point. Why uphold a status quo? Well, what we are focused on now has reduced the success of the household. In fact, in the United States, it's as much as 70%. Like, what you are, Silver, you, your wife, your child, represents like 30% of modern households at your age. Like, so even though it might be like misogynistic or like chauvinistic, however you want to say it, those people have a stance and coexist because the old success rate of a household, with the gender roles, with the whatever paternity, dominance, however, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't defeat the stats that this old success status quo has in unbelievable statistical significance of successful household overall satisfaction. So yeah, you could say these things are important, but we have lost sight of the end means too. I love process. I love looking at the little steps that deal with it, and I'm rarely ever arguing for end justifies the mean kind of thing. But in this case, the hyper focus on the process also takes away from the ends. So all these arguments that we are having, they're very profound, they're important things to discuss. However, the one glaring stat is that the United States household, at least in the United States, across the board, households are failing. Like, what I mean by failing is there's no mutual household. Like, it's plummeted. It's outrageously plummeted. Like, you can't. It sucks. Meanwhile, when you're focusing, like, yeah, okay, equality and all that, and the roles, like that stuff, but the end result is that modern couples, modern parents, they're all just finding ways to compensate for the strife right now. It's a constant strife in the household, and in the end of the day, all the members of the household want to be successful, like, in the household, but they're fighting each other. They're being reinforced to fight each other. So all the relationship, it bleeds into all the relationships leading up to marriage, to kids, to, because you're constantly reminded that, hey, it's a competition. sometimes you can use a euphemism that competition breeds reform, which enhances the success of, you know, it increases the fitness of both the parents. But man, marriage and parenthood, do you have the luxury of bootstrapping competition within a relationship like that? The once in a lifetime event? I mean, sometimes it's twice in a lifetime, 3 times in a lifetime. That's become more common because of the strife, in my opinion. So it really sucks. You get in and you start thinking like, oh, would you do this because, you know, I did this? It's like, why is that even a dialogue now? It's like, I'd be happy to do this. We're contributing to our family, our household. Like, I would do anything to prop up our household, not just me, not to prove that men are not as lazy as women in a relationship or something like that. Why is that a competition? Like, I would do anything to prop up the overall success of my household. Just taking care of your first, yeah. You, as a paternity person, like if we're going back to paternity leave and maternity leave, parents shouldn't have to worry about that, in my opinion. Like, who gets more time off? They just need to focus on when we need time off, we can get it. Like, within a reasonable, like, say, combined, you get 7 months, right? Between the two of you. You can at least know that when either of you need it, you can tap into that 7 months. It's not, oh yeah, so you get the 6 months. So remember that you have the brunt of the like you get that was six months. So you have to automatically assume most of the responsibility. It's not fair, but since you said you're a lead parent, you have to step up. And we can't go back on this decision. So if you fail, it hurts the whole household. That's creating inequality. That's literally imposing inequality. Whether you think of it or not, it's producing that reinforcement. Like, who's the lead parent? Oh, okay, so who wants to get most of the responsibility? Instead of, hey, 7 months, whenever. Yes, postnatal depression, exactly. It's rough. And you know what? That's why I do sympathize with mothers. I do sympathize with the stress of maternity, because all the policy reinforce, all the status quo reinforce who the important or more important, and I get it. But back in the day, you know, before we started, like, at least in the United States, arguing about equality, the system was unequivocated. So like, it wasn't even. And you know what that did? It better serve the assumed lead parent. Pragmatically speaking, the status quo was that the mother is the lead parent in the household. So whether you think that's sexist or not, the system supported that assumption. In the United States, that is no longer the case. They are fighting for equity, the equalizing of the parents, yet some of the policy still favors or disfavors one parent by giving them more responsibility and less responsibility while the system's equalizing. So if the system equalized, you can't support the lead parent anymore because you're thinking they're equal parents, but the policy has fallen behind. So now they're in this transition. It's like, wait, so you want both? So mothers want to be also as equally successful as the fathers, career-wise. So you going towards that, but then when parenthood props up, it's like that policy is not equalized yet. So the mother is going to just assume the responsibility, or the father if the lead parent ends up being decided as the father, but the policy is not equal. It's two different takes. The biased gender roles versus the equalizing roles. So it's a slow transition. I'm not saying no one's doing anything about it, or no one's like making it inherent. It's a transitional pain, right? And all that argument does is it's postponing progress. You got to choose. In the United States, the policies are uneven right now. You either want equality, or you want to reinforce a normalized distribution. I'm not saying a normalized as an equalized distribution, a normalized distribution to the appropriate roles that people can agree on. So right now, the United States have like policies that make equity great in one area, but that equity doesn't translate to paternity yet, and paternity and maternity. So, and here's the caveat, right? How do you equalize childbearing? As much as I love that people have this sentiment that mentally women and men have, like, you know, capacities that are equivalent, we're aiming for this idea that neither gender roles are being diminished. How do you equivocate childbearing? How do you equivocate the biological difference when it comes to paternity and maternity? If we're going for equality, at least the United States, at least the argument is we want equality, men aren't just gonna be able to start having children. So how does the policy work? How is it ever going to be the lead parent is not statistically favoring the mother? Because the mother has to give birth, right? They have to bear the child. So the time will consistently, factually, biologically favor the mother. So now it creates it just constantly reinforces strife in the household. Just constantly reinforcing strife. So it kind of, I don't know what the solution is. I mean, we'll see. But I know that it would be really cool, in my opinion, it would be really cool if instead of focusing on equalizing the policy, it focuses on the postnatal offset that the paternity can have on the parents. So like postnatal would be the response. To equivocate a little bit, paternity leave would match the postnatal period that reflects, that gives the mother, the female who has to give birth, an offset. So literally it would reinforce gender inequality for the appropriateness and pragmatism of biological differences. And yes, that would diminish and hurt the agenda of gender equality. It can be interpreted as taking away, but the biological difference isn't just going to change overnight because we willed it. So it would be nice, in my opinion, as a suggestion, that paternity leave is used to offset postnatal depression. That's a big leap, but generally speaking, if paternity can offset after childbirth, I would fancy to guess one of the benefits is to reduce depression. Like, a mother just gave birth. Now the mother has given all the responsibility and all the pressure just because you have to decide who is the lead parent. But the lead parent, that's not a choice. The mother is biologically the childbearer. So your policy is emphasizing a choice, but your biology is not emphasizing a choice. That creates cognitive dissonance. It's an inherent cognitive dissonance between what's factual and what's not, what's subjective and what's accurate. So it only leads to more strife, in my opinion, in the household. You can't change honestly, it in an ideal world, it's like, hey, we get to pick who has to bear the child, right? That's not true. It's just isn't. So why do you choose who the lead parent is? Yeah, no, that's yes, agreed. That's the human condition. Yeah, it's the human condition. And I'm making commentary and criticism where acknowledging that there isn't an easy solution. And what I mean by easy solution, I mean mentally, satisfyingly circumventing the human condition, right? But it's very disheartening to see, and I'm a product of it. Like, I'm not going to even deny that me, 35, single, well educated, is still single, is a product of all of this. Like, I cannot deny that even in my infinite wisdom, I guess, of and perspective on the human condition, it does not increase or decrease substantially the success rate that has already been prescribed by society. So it is not uncommon for me and everyone I know to don't even bother with parenthood. Yeah, like at least in the United States. Yeah, anyone who shares on paper the stuff that policies included, all the check marks, that decreases parenthood chance. Like the policies are legitimately pragmatically illogical. So those who you think would be best able to support children will pragmatically find it unincentivized and non-practical to have children. So the policy, at least in the United States, is reinforcing that those who are most able to support children are not going to. It's crazy. You might think, oh, that's weird. Like, isn't childbearing like one of the most, yes, human condition wise, but those individuals who are successful tend to be more pragmatic and educated and understand that, yeah, it's a big risk. No policy supports it. Makes me think Idiocracy wasn't such a far-fetched movie. No, it isn't. Yeah. Was that the actual title? I think it was, right? That movie was spot on. It was pretty important if you take it for the pragmatic. Yeah, Idiocracy, yeah. So that movie was pretty, it's worth a watch if you haven't seen it in its entirety. Yeah. Essentially. And we're talking about smart people. This is not the same as intelligent people. Most people are intelligent, as in they have the capacity to reach that place. But a consequence of becoming smart with your intelligence is that you come to the conclusion most of the policy and systems that are in place now will tell a smart people and smart couples it's not worth it to have children. And I am part of that subset of people. So I am biased in a sense that there's a highly statistical likelihood that anyone I know who associates with me is not going to have children at all. And then I see other people who, it's not to say you're not smart. It's you didn't get to a stage of informing that you still take the risk. Like, for example, I know you're in the UK, but you and your wife didn't get to a stage where you were saying, nah, it's not worth the risk. You still had that, what I would say, early innocence that lets you take the risk, and you know that it's going to be worth the risk. And it comes with knowing actually less about the perspectives and the things working against you. And whenever I see someone talk about their children and love their children, they talk about maternity. It's like, yeah, because the system is working against you. Like, the system is working against you, and it's for better or for worse. We're not talking about like intentions, right? The people arguing about gender roles and whatnot, their intention is noble. It's to further whatever they believe would help with the human condition. But the human condition can't change the fact that modern couples are failing. Like, yeah, growing pains for sure. You know, we have to learn to find a new balance and all. But the resistance, the opposers, are the ones that are saying, hey, look, I can't empathize with you because the groups, the opponents are seeing is an extreme plummeting of familial satisfaction. Just an absolute, and that's due to change. But it's not to say that eventually all the smokes go away. Like, when the smoke clears, it's just going to bounce back to a higher state. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, or it couldn't happen. I'm just saying right now what the facts are, the very facts of the last couple years, is that familial household, and familial as in child-bearing families, are tanking. They're tanking globally, everywhere. I mean, the most extreme case would be Japan. Japan is one of those. Japan is a Sweden. Sweden and Japan are often used as case comparisons with countries that are far more messy, like convoluted. United States illustrates a country that just everything's mixing, the whole stirring the pot, it's constantly in a whirlpool. But when you compare it to a case study like Sweden and Japan, yeah, United States is the polar opposite of everything that characterizes them, because they're orderly. Japan and Sweden are orderly. Unapologetically, their policies are towards a vision, towards an ideology. It's an all or none, a 1 or 0. You're either Japanese or you're not Japanese. You're either Swedish or you're not Swedish when it comes to the perception of policy and values. In the United States, it's the total opposite, because it's a hurricane. It's like a twister with a billion things in it. And any country that is messy will feel like it's the total opposite of those countries, which is pretty cool. But at the same time, like, I'm looking forward to the future, obviously, so maybe. But I can't help but acknowledge and concede that I'm one of the statistics. I am less likely to... There are alternatives, which I'm seeking alternatives, right? But yeah, all the stuff I said would compel me to think anyone who I choose to be my partner, or anyone who I choose to have my biological child, is going to be at a significant disadvantage. They are going to be forced to have responsibilities that I cannot help them with. That's the perspective I have. And if you really love someone, it's difficult to say, yeah, I really want to have a child as a man, as a male. I really want to have a child, but it would mean imposing the worst dip in a female's life. Like, I'm not going to even go into the idea of, like, I have to be married to this person and all that stuff. That's morality, that's religious spiritualism and whatnot. What it says to me is, if I enter a partnership with someone, I have already basically assured them that they have unequivocal responsibility to me, and I can't do anything about it at all. And no one is going to attempt, like, the system isn't going to attempt to offset that. So if I really love that other person, as a pragmatic person, it's difficult to convince myself that I should put them through that. Even if that other person's like, yeah, I'm going to do this, you know, this is part of the journey. It's what, like, I get it, but it doesn't remove the fact that it's not a fair system, because biology is not fair either. It's unequivocated, and our policies are still continuously gravitating towards a choice when there isn't a choice. So instead of focusing on making it look like a choice, in my opinion, pragmatically speaking, I would encourage policymakers to view it as a non-choice. It's more like a help. Hey, does maternity leave, increase in maternity leave, decrease the birth, the after birth, like anything that occurs after birth of the lead parent? Because they are the lead parent. When it comes to childbearing, it is very difficult to argue pragmatically they are not the lead parent, the one that's physically and literally carrying the baby. But then who is the lead parent after? It could be the father, right? But instead, it just keeps assuming. You keep stacking on the responsibility on the mother. And if that's assumed, like, say we don't prescribe to that, then you can try to focus on the parents. But what if it is true? What if it stands true? Make a policy for it. Give maternity leave, you know, more than. So instead of trying to make it equal, which is not, instead of constantly making the policy go towards equality for parenthood, just acknowledge the fact that the parents aren't equal. And I'm not saying they are either. Everything about biology against our emotional benefits, like morality and stuff, as much as I really want to say that somehow I can offset not having a child, like literally having a child, I can't. That's not the facts. The facts are the mothers have the children. They are biologically endowed to raise children. And then you start going to that misogyny, right? The people who are saying like, but this and this and this is like, but that's true. Well, the stuff they said are true. The mother has to bear the child. So what could they do? They misogynistically assume all the male roles to best complement the inequality of having biological children. So in a way, yes, it's disagreeable, the balance of like perspective and whatnot, but pragmatically speaking, it's on point. Sexism, the things that we consider sexism or inequality, is like, it fits the biology. Instead of finding an agreement between these two, it's either all or none for equality or all or none for sexual inequality. So like gender inequality and gender equality, it's not a blend and a nice compromise to match our biology. It's we must have equality or we must have inequality. It's not a, hey, let's meet in the middle and make sure that our policies reflect the biology that's best suited. Like a policy that's best suited for our biology. You have people aggressively pushing for parental equality in policy making, but when it comes to families, they are biologically they're not equal. So you don't have this compromise. Some things are not equal, some things are. But yeah. Anyways, that's a huge digression, and I'm not even sure if I finished practicing today. It's a thing that's on my mind all the time, like, because I really want to be a father, but such an uphill battle. Feels bad, man. Uh-oh. It's great that you have a romanticized view of the family unit, because in my opinion, psychologically and irrationally, you require that in order to choose to have children in the current state of things. And I would say this applies to most countries outside the exceptional countries. The exceptional countries that chose to trade off certain things in order to embrace their ideology, which includes Japan and Sweden. You can see that Japan and Sweden has the most incredible opposites when it comes to parenthood, because they are ideologically homogenous. They embraced an all or none policy when it comes to how the family unit's viewed. Sweden and Japan are the true opposites. Just look at the familial success of Sweden's policy and Japan's policy, and then converge that with their corollary of their population profile. You see that Japan is struggling massively to have children, and Sweden is the opposite. In the United States, it's a mixed bag because it's a twister of flying emotions. I think I waited too long. But it's definitely... I don't want people to lose. I really dislike seeing people losing. But it just strikes me as a lose-lose situation. Oh, no. It's perfectly alright. I reached my goal today. Without a doubt, it is technically my responsibility to choose to digress, right? Like, I had all the power and the discipline to say, yeah, we can save the discussion for another time. So I don't think it's logical that you would have to feel sorry for sidetracking myself, right? It's kind of one of those things, like, it would kind of make sense if I was younger. If I was younger, perhaps that would be the responsibility, the onerous would be, like, you know, the sidetracking would be more of an out of innocence thing. But for me, I did voluntarily choose to sidetrack myself. So I don't want to... And then the thing that I'm saying, like, oh yeah, I'm really cold now, is just stating a fact to myself that, yes, this is what happens when I digress. So I'm assuming the responsibility, but I appreciate the compassion. Silver, it is worth mentioning that sometimes it can feel like a lot of times people inconvenience each other, but we have to remember, you know, as adults, as at least disciplined adults, I would consider myself fairly disciplined. I did voluntarily choose to know that I'm gonna become cold the more I talk. And the whole lose-lose situation, in Parenthood, pragmatically speaking, one parent is going to lose. But what I'm saying is, at least one parent is going to win, right? Overall, what's happening, at least for the part of the United States, or the group that I'm part of in the United States, neither parents win, because they are fighting amongst themselves to choose parenthood or not. So instead of having a win-lose situation, both parents are losing, which, that's worse, right? pragmatically speaking, is worse. Both parents lose something, as opposed to, hey, well, I will lose to guarantee your win, right? That's still more agreeable than having policy made in which both parents lose. Like, it only reinforces how much each parent is losing to sacrificing to have children. And that's what I'm worried about. I don't like seeing lose-lose situations. I know that winning means someone loses. That's realistic. It's very pragmatic. And on the super rare occasion, there are win-win situations, like mutualism or symbiosis. There are rare cases that can happen, and I'm all for that too. It's just when it comes to parenthood, at least the United States modern society, it's a lose-lose situation. You can still go to a state like Montana, or I'm making this up, I don't actually know the states, but a state with a very defined ideology that reinforces. So you can even find case studies in the United States where you take a state with a very polar ideology, as in a 1 or a 0, and take the statistics of the family household, they are statistically significantly more successful. And there's something about that, and using that to compromise the United States. So I'm in a state that is just split completely. I happen to be, by coincidence, in a state that's split. But in the United States, you can still find ideologically homogenous states. The double standard here, because of facts, is that there aren't a state that's entirely a city, but the closest thing we can have is like Maryland. Like, there's a state that where the city is the majority environment, they have an exponentially lower population of parents, like successful parents, than the other states. Sprawling and of the opposite. You don't even need to go outside other countries to find the dichotomy between ideologies. You can do that in the United States. You can legit just group the states by household families, and they would line up with the policies. And it would be interesting for policymakers to like take a little from column A, what makes households successful, and try to get a perspective on what is happening that's creating a decrease or an increase. So maybe it's worth mentioning, it could be fine. Like, if the country agrees that, hey, we do have a lot of babies, we have enough people having children and not having children, that's fine. It's like, great. But what about the future? Like, okay, so now we need a time where, we need to have more babies to keep our country populated at some point, right? So let's learn from that now and learn from it later, or like wait for the time to learn it, right? We still, in the United States, it's still a nice time to be alive. It's still in a society that's fairly stable overall. Like, we have to think about historically where the United States used to be and where it is now. So there are so many things we can test and try as a community to see if it's for better or for worse, or not for better or for worse towards our objective. My objective right now when we talk about parenthood is getting sidelined. That's all the stuff we learn from now, is the things we are doing now sidelines parenthood. So it's worth mentioning these things. It's worth being aware that what we're doing is sidelining parenthood. And then in the future, we'll know, hey, we need to encourage parenthood. Okay, let's stop doing what we did in 2022. Like, let's stop doing things that we did in 2018 to 2022 as a learning experience in retrospection. Hence, I make these digressions all the time. In the future, I'm going to look back. It's like, yeah, we're not doing that. It's like our population's on the decline. Sweet. And we look back. It's like, yeah, we learned. We didn't do what we bickered about like 5 years ago. That kind of thing. So it's looking from a pragmatic. It might have sounded optimistic the way I said it, but it's in no way indicating that the future is going to be like that. Because I rarely ever, as a pragmatic person, I rarely think about predicting what's going to happen in the future. It's just what's happening now is now. It already happened. There's no argument. Those are the statistics. How you interpret it is what I'm doing here. I'm interpreting that Parenthood is getting sidelined for equality, because Parenthood is fundamentally not equal. You cannot. It's not two parents with wombs in a heterosexual relationship. So we're specifically talking about heterosexual relationships. And honestly, there's a hot take where there's now mutual paternal relationships, and it's at the expense of two surrogate mothers. And even that, there's not enough. Obviously, there's not a big enough sample size, but with how flexible payment and reconditioning is, reconditioning from the use of body utility, it ends up overall being more mutual. In fact, the early statistics when it comes to single parent surrogacy ends up being more mutually satisfying, because the monetary constraints and the postnatal responsibilities are negotiated before parenthood, independent of matrimony and the forced decisions that have to be made. So instead of worrying about lead parent, there's just an exchange of negotiation prior to having the child. And that is the thing. There is some like emotional and all that still happen, but overall, generally speaking, that type of arrangement turns out to be, at the moment, statistically more appropriate for modern parents. One person really wants to be a parent, but also does not want the burden to relay that responsibility on a partner. So what happened is this partner agrees that they would surrogately host the birth and be compensated for everything, whatever the value they determine that is sufficient for them. So the moment that child is born, the responsibility is redistributed. And overall, yes, there's still emotional baggage between the two, but the overall dissatisfaction and stuff ends up being more rapid. The transaction, and that you might be saying like, oh, psychologically, that's not morally and unethical. Yes, for sure. You can argue those things. But pragmatically, it creates the most rapid way of exchanging the mental responsibility. So single parents are on the rise. And not because it's necessarily more rewarding, so to speak, or more, it can have greater highs, but what it can have is consistency. Expectations are met by the arrangement. So single parents are on the rise. And the reason why that's important is because there's a very, very high likelihood that I'm going to end up being a single parent. And you might be thinking, oh, but that's just an artificial thing, right? It's just out of convenience, out of privilege, and out of opportunity. It's like, you can make an argument for that. Evidence would support that. You can also alternatively say, well, we do have examples of that. Why are divorce so high? single parenthood became a default even when matrimony was involved. So you could even say that's an extension of alleviating the original strife and postnatal problems beforehand. So pragmatism doesn't pick whether it gives you endorphins or love or like feels what's right. Pragmatism shows you the road to the least resistance to achieve your goal. One person wants to be a parent, one person wants to be paid for giving childbirth or bearing a child. Arrange them, right? And what do you have? Overall, it meets all their expectations. Yeah. So it's really interesting. Again, for parents, these parents, like the one that wants to have a child, they are doing it for selfish reasons. But hey, if you ask this person, hey, you need to find a wife that you unequivocally going to burden to have the right and privilege to be a father, and compare that to the current arrangement, I'm not sure pragmatism is on your side there. So naturally, statistically, and expectedly, these types of arrangements are producing two more consistently satisfied people than slapping them together. And what's interesting is you might think, oh yeah, so what are the statistics that they end up getting married? Due to this arrangement, they developed that thing. As far as I know, that's not the case. So like what I would want to believe romantically is that, oh yeah, humans, they'll get a bond. The child would end up bringing them together, right? That's how my parents are. They strife, they fight all the time, but what kept them together is the bond of children. Like my sister and I exist. It kept them together. Well, okay, well that's a situation of chicken or the egg. Can two people arrange in having a mutual child that is transferred, bring them together? Well, apparently it's not that strong. Not strong enough to create a tendency. So the statistics didn't suggest that, oh yeah, all single surrogacy ended up, oh, they eventually developed passion for each other and got married because of the similarity. And so instead, nowadays, the practice is the two will not be linked biologically as well. So like the child will not be of the two parents involved. It would be of one of the parent involved. Because there's no mutual increase in satisfaction if somehow that arrangement ends up having a biological children in which they're both biologically attached, but they're mentally and mutually apart. That brings them together naturally. There's nothing that supports that. So it's a lot less messier to have one parent biologically related to the child and not both parents, to create a conflict of interest, right? That emotional strife led to greater or no gain, no apparent gain. So they didn't do, so that's not the normalized practice. The normalized practice is that only one parent is biologically related to the child. That's what pragmatism leads to. So as much as I like to think that a child brings parents together or brings two people together, if I had to argue against my better hypothesis, the child tends to split the parents apart. And it's not because we were evolved to be dissatisfied. We live in a social construct that's made that either supports or not supports parenthood. And in the country that I live in, childs are more correlating with the breakup of marriages than the bringing and solidifying of marriages. And society isn't trending in a way that increases those odds. The facts are it's decreasing those odds. There's no statistics that show that household parenthood is increasing in success overall. They're decreasing. If you take a very specific subset of types of parents, then that's called a selection bias. But the selection bias, using a selectively biased sample, you can prove that you can converge on the idea that a specific ideology supports the household and one that doesn't. If you selectively segregate the group on sampling, but in a random selection overall, when you combine the group, overall it's dipping in the United States. Even without knowing policy, I can tell you, I can feel that there are definitely times when we're at breaking points from, yeah, and it's what you're doing and what you're saying is what makes every time I see happy family with children makes it even more incredible. It's absolutely more incredible. And to individuals who maybe we just differ in our perspective and our understanding of scope, but that's what makes it possible that you are successful parents and I am not. That's the dichotomy. It's a cake and eat it thing. I became aware of these things and I'm less likely to overcome that. So when you think of misogyny, like things like Andrew Tate and stuff, what they're saying is still a reflection of what makes households successful. That block on being more conscientious or being more worldly, yeah, exactly. And in a sense, it's selective ignorance. And what I'm saying about selective ignorance is it's kind of a paradox. You choose to turn a blind eye out of like ideology, and that selective ignorance has created a result that the other side or the non-ignorant can't deny factually. So for me, I am the product of what is not being ignorant. Do you want that? Like, you have to ask yourself, do you want that? Well, a part of me is saying I don't, but it's not like it's not like I have the personality of someone that's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to pretend that the person I marry, if that person I marry happens to be female, they're not just going to get the shaft. They are going to get the shaft. In fact, pragmatically speaking, my colleagues, my best friends, they had this discussion together and they ultimately come to one conclusion. They decide not to have children mutually. And if I had to say I am like these people, my partner, who if she happens to be female, we would likely come to the same conclusion that, yeah, you're just getting the raw end of a stick. Like, you're just gonna get boned, and I can't have that. Like, overall, the two of us would say someone's suffering too much for this arrangement, and that's crazy. But it's crazy in an emotional and morality standpoint. It's not crazy from a pragmatic standpoint. So if you pride on objectivity and being like a deep thinker and really aware of stuff, well, ask yourself if parenthood is something that you would like. Because when I see objectivity and pragmatism in a exercise well, like critical thinking exercise well, I see parentless families. I see parentless couples. And that's what makes humans so extraordinary, in my opinion. That's the idea that we can have this, like, we can have two people who are talking to each other, but fundamentally just alter the course of their biological existence is amazing. That's the dynamics of the human condition. But what needs to be emphasized here is most of the things are connected. So when you view things in isolation, it will take you away from the interconnectedness of the facts. If you're highly educated, you're world seeking, you think about the cost, risk, benefits, all that stuff. If you're a critical thinker, Parenthood is not it right now. And how does that reflect on current policy? Policies does not incentivize having children. That's a very logical approach. It's not bad. It's not good. We might be overpopulated, like, hey, few children, that could help keep the population in check, right? For the resources. That's a positive way to look at it, a pros and cons, right? Pros and cons about not having children right now. But it doesn't change the fact that the current policy doesn't sway practical couples. But Silver, if in no means that being less smart means you didn't make the more intelligent decision about your biological fitness. The facts are you and your wife are more biologically fit than any rational couple. Even though you're making an irrational decision, it improves your biological fitness. Hey everyone, we just digressed into something, but now I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. But what was Sun doing? Sun was playing Resident Evil 0, right? How was that like? I was on a digression about current policy and prospective parenthood. The difference between smart couples and not educated couples. And I'm saying it that way because not educated people, it doesn't mean they don't have the capacity to be smart. But there's a great trade-off for that, in my opinion. Not smart people are more successful at being parents than smart people. That'll be the hot take. That's the hot take of the whole thing. And it deals with the current policy and whatnot, but there's no bad or good in there. I only see lose-lose situations. So now we go back to me trying to feel out this stuff. I'm way past my training, but it was Boolean? What does that even mean? Son, I don't know what that means. Is that good? Is that bad? It means it was hard. I had fun. I was mostly just chatting a lot while playing. Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. What did you chat about? Give me some examples. I really do need to take it easier. Hold up. I'm gonna try to like get that burn and then call it a day. But hey, look. Improvement. Oh, sorry, I don't have an MP, but it's just a map set with triples. So your favorite part is explaining why you hate Sekiro. Okay. Enlighten me. Also talked about what a perfect game for me would be, or oh, what did you come to? Give me some characteristics of your perfect game, or suitable game for the time being. Don't worry, this is appropriately what would happen when I digress. Don't worry about it. We reached the end of our training for today already, really early, so it's not too bad. We're not pushing for much harder. I'm just trying to see if I can get the feeling back, the part that I know is a feedback for saying that I'm actually doing what I need to do to increase the accuracy of these things. So I'm basically just reinforcing the mind-body connection that I've been holding on for the last 2 days. Whoops, I skipped a beat. Yep, that's a lot of stiffness. But hey, son, I found the sauce. So it's pretty awesome now. The only problem is the sauce is so much more taxing. It is so much more taxing than what I was doing the first 2 weeks. But I did find it. So now we're like saucing it up. Like we've got the mind-body connection to be great. But now it's tough. It's getting tougher. It's more restrictive. Infinite content? Okay, alright. That's fair. I agree. Who doesn't like infinite content? Okay, so let me read the rest before we go about that. So kind of like also always something new coming. Okay, in a game primarily with... Alright, so dark fantasy. Maybe heavier on Lovecraftian themes or alternative horror. Combat system. Smooth and complex. I'm guessing smooth as in like more snappy, right? Responsive. Instead of like smooth as in flowy. Because if you have flowy, you also have floaty kind of things, and I think maybe smooth comes with snappiness. Because I can see that. And then the complexity, yeah. But I come to... That's fair. That's a very reasonable final statement. I just kept thinking of different things I like that would have to be included, but they don't really... Yeah, they don't, yeah. It's, you know, the elements of building requires... It's kind of like game theory. If you understand, if you delve into game theory a little bit, that might be an interesting thing. That might spark your interest, son. Reading about game theory. Game theory relates certain designs and mechanical properties of the games we know now and what characteristics define them. So understanding game theory allows one to know what are the trade-offs, what are the pros and cons. Like, can you have something that has this property and this property? Are they mutually inclusive, mutually exclusive of each other? Are they conflicting? Are they synergistic? So a lot of times when I one of the richness about gaming as a whole, here's a hot take. I'm gonna try to blow your mind. So no, I'm not gonna blow your mind. But here's my hot take on what you said about infinite content. When I see a game, I see games as a continuum of all the games. So as a person, in my opinion, for me, I consider myself a game theorist. I like playing games because the game itself is infinite. Games are reflective of an infinite creativity. So instead of seeing Bloodborne as a singular game, Bloodborne is a game in a continuum of games. So as long as people continue to create, innovate, and exchange parts, it has infinite content. The problem with that is, for you, is how much of that causes you discomfort or like disinterest compared to how much of it interests you. So every time the frequency goes up, you shrink the selection down to safeguard yourself. So how small is that? Well, you named a singular game, right? You named the property of a singular game. And then, you know, Sekiro would be something that reflects what you don't like about the combination of stuff. So that is kind of like illustrating, yeah, I don't know if it will help you, but understanding the quality and like the package of interactions in games, I don't know if that realism, like pragmatism, will help you understand, oh yeah, I like this game, but I know when I play this game, it will have these specific qualities that I'm not that receptive to. But knowing that in advance, does that help you be okay or more acceptable of it? I don't know if that works for you. It works for me. So like, I'm gonna play a Souls game, and I just know, in game theory wise, there are gonna be things that I can be without or be with. But inherently, there isn't going to be a game that has those characteristics altogether, right? Except this game. So I don't feel bad about it or good about it. Sometimes knowledge, you know, like knowing what to expect, and that meets your expectations, it can offload a bit of discontent. I have a weird relation with difficulty of Souls games. I kind of love, hate it. I can see that. I can understand that based on what other people talk about it. What do I hate about it? Souls games? I'm a novelty seeker. So playing a game that in theory tends to cater specific things, I come back to it. It's more out of I seek different things. So I played the first Soul. My first Souls game was Dark Souls 1. And then revisiting a Souls game, I am less likely to revisit a Souls game because I'm a novelty seeker. So it takes a while for me to travel all the way back to a Souls game. That's all that is. in the most simplest term. So Sun is seeking repetition or consistency of the things he like. I like the thing I did last. So the most recent thing I did is the most interesting thing to me. Until the next thing. It doesn't oh, yeah. Oh, so you were asking. Oh, yeah. Well, it's the difficulty, isn't it? I don't understand. Didn't Silver answer that by the difficulty of Souls games? Or do you want a specific? I like the things I did last. Petition. I can't separate myself. Oh, that's vague? I mean, having infinite content is pretty vague. Is that acceptable? I think when it comes to people's desires and emotions, it tends to be... It sounds like you specifically like Souls games, Wormlove. Would make me think that you're asking for specifics. For me, it's a frustrating learning curve. I just like being frustrated with the dopamine and completing the task. There you go. And Silver, I say I can understand what you're saying. I can't empathize. I'm not suggesting you're picking any sides. We're all gamers here, so we talk about things, right? I don't think you have to be a fan to want to... Yeah, that's fair. I don't want to be argumentative in here, but you clearly are implying something that is not... Like, talking games for game's sake is what I'm here for. Sun might not agree with me, but yeah. Back to the Silver thing. I feel like difficulty teaches you to control your frustration and build a better mindset. That's fair. That's fair. So here's the deal. Let me take your logic to the next step, right? Love, doing something you don't like makes you challenges you to develop new tools, which may lead to another mindset, but I would refer to them as toolkits. So all these discussions that we're having, the love, hate and stuff, for someone who has the mindset of what you just said, does not see difficulty. Like, I don't see difficulty. I see novelty. Something that I have not done. So, in terms of Souls games, I don't seek, like, for example, for me, I don't seek to play another Souls game for a while. I seek to play something that is novel to me and would be inherently difficult. Souls games themselves are not inherently difficult. They are difficult to the perspective of the person who is not used to the task. So yeah, I agree. I actually really like the way you phrased it. That mindset, though, is the mindset that is I would say, is the result of that better mindset. I'm not sure if it's better or worse, but generally speaking, difficulty tends to be an exposure to novelty. Difficulty isn't inherent to something that you're used to. I like the idea of sticking to something and mastering it, not novelty. Agreed. So, by your sentiments, you disagree with I felt like difficulty teaches you to control your frustration and build a better mindset. People who stick to something and bootstrap and specialize in something fails to comprehend and appreciate the novelty of controlling their frustrations. It tends to master and enhance their frustration. Sun would be a wonderful example, and he still loves it. He still loves to do it. So becoming a specialist yet would be at odds with how you feel about difficulty. So if you were placed in a situation that you have not mastered, it would lead to frustration and difficulty. And hence, because you're in a different environment, in an environment that you do not have control over or knowledge over. Mastering something that you are bootstrapping would allow you to do that. Good specialist knows what fields that are worth investing that they know of. That is inherently illogical to suggest that a specialist can know something they do not practice. If you're telling me that somehow you bootstrapping Souls games somehow makes you a better deck builder, and know that deck building is not worth expanding into, that would be very illogical. You cannot know about things you do not specialize in. Also, just to be fair to you, I am not saying that your opinion is invalid. I'm just saying it's illogical. Illogical opinions can still be desirable, and it can lead to proper motivation and satisfaction. It's just not. You don't need to specialize to see potential in something. Yes, I agree. There are other people who might have tried something different before. Those are very valid remarks. You can certainly see potential in something you don't specialize in. Absolutely. But can you see something that someone else specializes in the same way? So if you take a specialist who specializes in A, and they see the potential in specializing in B, then you can't. You are sacrificing something. You can't have both. A specialist chooses to dedicate to a narrow field of experience. A generalist does not. Can a generalist ever achieve the potential of a specialist's desired trait? No. That's the trade-off. It's the logical exchange of trade-offs. With all that said, your opinion is what drives you to be the person you are today. So in no way am I saying you should change your opinion because it's not logical. It's illogical, but it is also the thing that is driving you to be a specialist, to see potential in other things. So being illogical is not inherently undesirable. It allows people to make decisions like Silver here to have a child. That is a logical decision. to silver. So knowing more, knowing the potentials, knowing the drawbacks also has drawbacks and potential themselves. So when you specialize in something, it narrows your dedication to your effort to those special things. That lower potential, even if the potential is really low, you reach that potential, which is still higher than a generalist who sees generalized potential in everything across a wider field. But a generalist is more likely to understand the value of more things than a specialist, but they would not necessarily achieve the baseline performance of a specialist in a narrow field. I am the product of that too. So I spent 14 plus years in science. And does science teach me how to analyze the potential in other things? Certainly. Absolutely. Did science teach me to pick up Osu? No. Sun did. His illogical value, its irrational, logical, and emotional value of Osu is what encouraged me to play Osu. My specialization in science and education did not lead me to a conclusion of a logical investment of my time. Because humanity benefits from illogical thinking as well. It doesn't change the fact that someone who is exposed to more things have a generalized potential understanding to things that are outside a specialist's perspective. So just being fair to everything, I suppose. I'm not sure if I'm trying to be fair, and it's up to you to decide if my opinions are fair, obviously, because I think what I said was fair, and I hope that that's sufficient. I think you are someone that resonates really well with someone like Sun. For sure. Probably not resonate too well with me. That would be probably a more pragmatic statement. Just offering a different perspective. I'm not I said a lot of things, so I'm not sure which one is wouldn't say so, but fair enough. There was a lot of points. I just assume it would be understood as a reply to a last one. Oh, about resonating with Sun? More than me? I'll take your word for it. Since we're strangers, I took the leap of statistical assumption that the stuff you said so far reflects Sun's perspective on things. There wasn't anything that you have said so far that I would be inclined is reflective of my perspective. I am choosing to be agreeable because we are just getting to know each other, and it's very safe to take a more neutral and ambiguous stance on things before I decide to try to be a little bit more open about maybe something that could potentially offend someone or whatnot. I don't want to compare here. I don't really have a good grasp on our perspective yet. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of where I am right now as well. But what you said can be open to criticism, right? Or like what I mean is could be used as a starting point for perspective. And we clearly disagree on the opinions of a specialist versus a generalist. But I am inherently more of a generalist than Sun, and me and Sun are friends. So we mutually have agreements and things that we talk about very often, but we are quite dramatically different from each other when it comes to the intrinsic nature of being a specialist versus a generalist. It's very important to our core that we understand that about each other. Hence why I'm doing this and Sun is doing crazy things, although he's been on break from Osu for a while now. So I don't know if you watch Sun because he's playing Resident Evil at the time, but Sun loves Osu. I like Osu because he loves Osu. And I am not doing this because it's fun. I'm doing this to learn appreciation for practicing Osu. Because I just tried this silly training map, even though I FC'd, I felt like I lost brain cells. That's fair. From a biological standpoint, and from someone who knows about psychology and a bit of neuroscience, your brain cells are perfectly fine. You chose not to learn something from it, is what I'm saying. So I'm glad you can FC it. I'm not sure. I feel sorry for your brain cells, I guess. You're choosing not to find the potential or value of what I'm doing. I understand it was a figure of speech. I understand. I do too. With all due respect, I understand it's a figure of speech. But what I'm saying is you are choosing to not find value in it because you are a specialist mind. If you FC'd it, what value can you get from that? I don't know. Maybe the idea that I am struggling to do this and you FC'd it. So perhaps you'll learn something about my perspective that you just easily FC'd it. I just found out way to train better that works for me. Yeah. Cool. Sounds like a very inward looking affirmation that you received. Which is great. Keep doing what you are currently doing. Sorry you lost some brain cells. It would be implying that you're dwarfing the significance of this to me, but that's just me. I mean, you have to think about it that way, right? If you stop thinking about yourself and stop projecting yourself, you kind of see what you just said, right? You FC'd it and you lost some brain cells. I've been doing this for 24 days straight. So man, I must not have a lot of brain cells left. I guess I won't be using those brain cells. Indeed, we are different. But the thing is, you said something that was earnest and genuine. It's a lens into your personality. As you can see, we don't resonate there either. And then you just confirm that we are different. Or we are all different, yes. in this regard, possibly we are all different. For sure. It's safe to say we probably are. I'm not a very typical person when it comes to Osu, I suppose. I am more different? Possibly. Possibly. But what I can tell you, I guess, as my journey into 24 days straight is that after 3 years of playing Osu, 24 days ago, I was unable to get to the end of 3 of this map. So fast forward 24 days. I guess I'm bootstrapping this thing. And yes, there are a lot of trade-offs in which people have asked me, and I'm aware of those trade-offs. But it gives me a sense of wonderful satisfaction, I suppose, in doing an approach that makes the majority of Osu players lose brain cells. And as you're a specialist. Fair enough. How much did it help me on normal maps? I wouldn't know. It's been 24 days since I played a normal map. I will tell you at the end of 30 days in which I have planned and structured this routine for myself as an experiment. So we will know in 6 days. You could stay tuned and find out. Yeah. My satisfaction is not tied to playing normal maps either. So this, in fact, is very cathartic because it helps me relax my thoughts. There are so many things that I could explain to you of why I'm doing this that has very little to do with playing Osu. But I'll let that bleed into the voluntary asking. Like if someone is curious, I'll reveal it at some point. Like some of the other motivations. I enjoy running. Do you enjoy running? Wormlove? I know it's a V, but for whatever reason, I just like gear towards the word that is close to. Unless that's a word too. I'm thinking of worms like lizard things. Fantasy worm. Or does that mean very romantic love? Oh my gosh, I just dug too far into that. It kind of reminds me of like shortening very romantic love. VYRM. I'm sorry. I if that's not what you're going for, I'm just digging deep. Maybe unnecessarily. If you like running, it's the same thing for me. So if you're a person who runs every day, this is like running. Sun doesn't run. Sun and I tried running one time. A couple of times. And Sun was like, nope. Feels bad, man. Oh, and wait. Are you asking me, you just pushing to failure now? No, I'm not gonna be able to get to failure, Silver. I'm, trying to lock in the mind-body connection. I had, unfortunately, to get to failure, we'll just have to do some, like, long streams or something. That's... Oh, wait. Technically, I am pushing to failure because, the map stops. If what you mean by failure is a breakdown in form, I am stopping when my form breaks down. Unfortunately, it's a failure of finger dexterity, but I can't push my... I'm trying to also get to stamina failure, which doesn't happen before my finger dexterity falls apart. It would be great if at some point my finger dexterity doesn't fail before my stamina dexterity. They are interconnected, but a lot of times it's difficult to feel like my stamina is failing my finger dexterity. It's the other way around. My finger and my timing falls off due to a lack of focus or twitching, finger locking. So right now I'm basically just bootstrapping to get my finger dexterity, and once the form breaks apart, I just stop playing. Oh, you did mean stamina failure? But yeah, so the reason why I keep doing this is because my stamina is not failing me at the moment. It's my finger skipping a beat, and I'm trying to basically try to condition that out somehow, and that's been the major goal the last third of the way. I lack finger dexterity, and it really sucks in the beginning. Like, really, really sucks when I warm up. I have like 0 finger dexterity to the point I feel like my fingers just don't operate. And then we get to this point, like an hour and a half later, where it's like, ah, yeah, we finally got the finger dexterity, but then it isn't long enough. No, it's was meant to refer to... Oh, like it was worm? Okay, starts with V because my shorter username is... Oh, neat. Also, someone said it sounded like warm love. Oh, that's... I see that. Warm love, it does. So I've been saying worm love because the first thing I thought about was worm, as in the fantasy worm. And I see. So yeah, you nailed it then. That's the first thing I thought of. Like the lizard things. Worms traditionally are the ones without, like in Western fantasy, they're the ones with wings and like 2 legs, but they don't typically have 4 legs. They're not quadrupeds typically when they're depicted, but depending on which fantasy you're deriving from, they could look closer to dragons than their own subspecies, I suppose. I know, we're talking about fictitious, not that fictitious, fictitious like fiction, fictional things, but it is a place that I'm very interested in Western fantasy. Yeah, we got enough of that. It's fine. We'll do this and then we're gonna cool down now. We'll just generalizedly cool down. My D&D roots tell me it's a wingless dragon like lizards. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. When the D&D one, wingless dragons. Silver, I'm gonna add to that. My Chinese self think of a serpent, not a worm. And also, dragons don't have wings. What now, Silver? What do you have to say to that, What do you think of flying serpents without wings? But they still fly. Yeah, it is fair. They don't actually fly, they swim. You know, in the Asian folklores, they swim because the air is a fluid. Yeah, so if you're ever wondering like why does like Shaoran from Dragon Ball Z and all that, like they do like this little wavy thing, is because they're depicted as swimming through the air. Like a slithering and swimming through the air, since the air is actually gas, but it behaves like it has properties of liquid, right? So it's just a spacing. So now the dragons just have this really wonderful way of slithering through, which, by the way, will become a very appropriate thing in the future because there's a swarm of mainstream Chinese related games coming out, and you will probably see a noodle dragon swimming through the soup that's the air. That's fair. I know which one you're talking about. Also, let's go even deeper than that. Man, how do I go deeper? Yeah. What'd you call it? Black Myth is coming out soon. Actually, it's coming out in the first quarter of next year, I think. Or maybe it's mid. It's either Q1 or Q2 next year. Black Myth, you'll probably see a noodle dragon. I mean, there is a noodle dragon. We know there's a noodle dragon that's gonna be swimming. It's a white one. Yeah. A unicorn classified as an elder dragon. What else could we Here's the thing about D&D. Here's the thing about D&D. Are D&D dragons also humans? Like, what I mean is their form is malleable, because a lot of other fantasies, the dragon isn't just a lizard with wings and hands. They're shapeshifters. Yeah, dragons can just shapeshift. So who knows what their original form is? Yeah. So in other games, dragons' inherent form is whatever form they decide to inherit. So we can go even deeper and just call them like dittos, you know? What's the form of a ditto? You might think it's the pink blob, but man, are dragons like dittos with pink blob as the natural form? I am a Witcher fan too, and dragons and worms are different enough that it makes D&D people a little upset too. Gelatinous cubes, yes, those gelatinous cubes. I wonder what H.P. Lovecraft would say about dragons. I wonder if he did say something about dragons. Would you say the original is the form they were born in, as in a... Huh. That's fair. the thing is, it's interesting to say that because changelings and shapeshifters in different fantasies are born with different shapes. So are dragons always born in the iconic dragon shape? I'm not sure about that. I think D&D, you guys have an answer for D&D, right? I actually don't know a lot about D&D, so I don't know what the iconic thing about dragons being born. Are they born like that? I'm thinking about Witcher now, obviously, but how much he prefers horrors he can't describe. Oh yeah, he prefers horrors he can't describe. Yeah, that's fair. I would you know what would be great? What show am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of Orville. So, I'm thinking of Orville. So, Orville, the sci-fi show, right? The sci-fi show that Seth MacFarlane made and now it's on Hulu. I just finished Orville. The simulation room takes all the literary and hard knowledge of something and synthesize it into a simulation. It would be cool to be able to do that and see and ask that simulation a facsimile of what H.P. Lovecraft thinks about Western dragons. I just want to know, you know, like what would the dragon look like? or are there dragons in the H.P. Lovecraft universe? Actually, I'm not even sure if I've seen a dragon. Yeah, I don't think he had ever mentioned a dragon in his writing. But that would interest Sun, because Sun likes H.P. Lovecraftian things. That could be his gateway to dragons, I'm just saying. I don't think Sun cares too much for dragons. I don't know. Well, let's ask him. Sun, do you like dragons? Yay or nay? What are your thoughts on D&D dragons? You like dragons? Alright, then we don't need a gateway. Fair aight? Alright, that's fair. From D&D, they hatch as dragons, like shape-shifting elements come with time. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You use dragons to help describe parts of... Oh. Is it Cthulhu's wings? It's Cthulhu's wings, isn't it? The little... That's why people got a depiction of dragon wings of Cthulhu a lot. What else Cthulhu looks like a dragon? Unless you pronounce it Cthulhu, I don't know. I go back and forth between Cthulhu and Cthulhu, but you know. It's H.P. Lovecraft, it's all a mess. I mean, like, I'm role-playing. Huh. Alright. Let me get some bootstrapping. We're not gonna talk about that. This is what I mean by finger dexterity. Alright, yeah. We've already... let's just cool down. We need to cool down. Let's just cool down and then redesign ourselves. Oops. We're not at 155. My general goal? Yes. Pragmatically speaking, I guess. That was a finger lock. That's another one for talking. Okay, yeah. Comfortable. If by comfortable, meaning, accuracy, probably not. But if comfortable meaning I do not have any feeling of dexterity hindrance, then probably. And after 6 more days, just gonna take a break on conventional maps and get to this, or you have something else in mind? I will probably play conventional maps after this. I have to rehabilitate and quickly retrain and recondition my aim hand because these are void of aim. Yeah, I am. The general goal is to be in physical comfort in every way. So like in general, yes. In general physical comfort. Like I can give you an example. I have a very poor physical discomfort when it comes to just starting for the day in general. So like when I start every day, it looks like this most of the time. And there's a very, very noticeable lack of mind-body connection on where I am after training, post-training, and where I start for the day. And it can be very isolated. So we've gotten to a point now after 24 days, I understand what I'm thinking and I understand what motor function I think I'm doing and where in my arm and hand that would provide me with the feedback that I require. So there was a time when I could not do any of this. I still can't really do most of this comfortably without this locking. A lot of people refer to it like finger locking, maybe even sun stumbles or the tension, but they're in various nebulous places, right? And for me, most of the time when I approach skill acquisition, especially a mechanical one, I reduce it to the point that I can understand it. Not reduce it for the sake of reducing it. I reduce it to a point where I could fundamentally process it with whatever intuitions I have. So in the 3 years of conventionally playing, just simply playing without deconstructing, it's too complex for me to intuitively figure out. So this is the first time in 3 years of on and off Osu play that I'm attempting to reduce it to a complexity that I can compartmentalize. So that's the goal. It's like people like to run. When they go out, they run and focus on time, or they run and focus on distance. Right now, I'm focused on pacing, and now I'm focused on stride distance. I'm doing the same thing here. So I've fundamentally have felt that I reach my goal of being a generalist Osu player, around 80 to 20%. 80th percentile is typically where I cut off. And Sun's passion for this game have led me to reinvent a way that I can still continue to extract value from playing Osu without necessarily having to invest in time that gives me diminished returns. Now for a specialist like Sun, that exponential increase in putting in the time, right? That little reward, that gap means all the world. It's like the biggest thing. But for me, myself, I'm not a person with that perspective. So I tend to maximize the value of what I'm doing that doesn't inherently have anything to really do with Osu. So when someone comes in the last 24 days, they typically ask like what I'm doing or what am I doing it for and whatnot. And I would say ultimately, if it makes my proficiency in playing Osu all that better, that's icing. But my main priority focus is more of a quality of life thing. I enjoy this to focus my mind for the day. And it's part of my routine. And it gives opportunity to have conversations. I like the idea of playing video games and stuff, but most of the stuff I do on stream is B-roll for lack of a better excuse. It's just fundamentally used as a conversation starter as opposed to really having a goal in mind. My goal is not to get better at Osu. My goal is to learn more about myself using Osu as a tool. I really look forward to seeing if that works for you, since that's basically backwards for you. That's fair. Yeah, you're a top-down approach. Oh, I had this digression the other time. I had a digression for this before, explaining that specialists who intuit a lot and selectively have a narrow sight of focus, they top-down approach is far more efficient for people like that in general. Statistically, top-down approach is the way to go, and that perspective that you just said typically is where it goes. I like education. I deal with fundamental education of people with semantic knowledge that has no intuition typically. So like semantic knowledge, like science, mathematics, sociology, you know, neuropsychology, stuff like that. They don't necessarily have a foundation. So top-down approaches, you take the highest complexity and continue to bootstrap the highest complexity because it is the task that you're trying to get better at. So to get better at a task that you're doing, you must do that task to get better. That's top down. Down up, the bottom, well, not top down, bottom up approach is when you take the foundations and you use the foundations to build to the top. So you compartmentalize the foundations and then use them as building blocks to get to the top. Yeah. So yeah, that's spot on. So it works to your, you have found that effective and you continue to use that. And I would likely encourage you to continue using that. I switch back and forth just out of experimentation. Because the first 3.5 years, I've done it the first 3.5 years. So I'm swapping it up just as a novelty seek, just experimentally. Basically, I have figuratively handcuffed Mac to play this game for as long as you continue playing it, of course. So, imagine this. Mathematics, right? Can you take a top-down approach to mathematics? The question, you know, it would be interesting to know for a person who's... These are typically coupled in behavior. Specialists and top-down approach. Do you like mathematics? I know you can see the potential in mathematics, I hope, because we already went through that discussion. Specialists can still appreciate some of the potential of mathematics, but mathematics is an empirical, semantic construct. So typically, the bottom-up approach is the way to build on things that are not intuitive. So in school, a lot of times those who are very specialized approach, who intuit things, school is not very receptive. Education tends to be not very receptive because the traditional formal schooling is built on a bottom-up approach. You start with building blocks and you build up to a peak that you can't see yet. So here's another thing, right? Here's another thing. Yeah, that's very fair. I took a shot in the dark. So here's another distinction that tends to group together. I'm not saying you can't be a specialist with a wide breadth, or I'm saying typically it inherits together. So one thing that specialists require is a witness, a goal that's visibly shown. In school, when you're learning specific things, it's difficult to appreciate how they're applied into the future. To someone who behaves top-down when learning stuff, they have to see the goal and the result in some capacity to appreciate the goal, to see the potential before delving into it. For me, as a generalist, I build anything, and I acquire these building blocks, these tools, not because I know I have a goal to reach, but they're just tools that maybe somewhere down the line, I'll just mix and match these building blocks and I'll be able to tackle the problem. It's also fundamentally one of the personality traits that makes someone a better critical thinker than someone who isn't. Now, you don't have to do a job or like be good at things and have to be a critical thinker. Critical thinking just requires a perspective shift that is more in line with specific personalities, like mine. So critical thinking doesn't rely on assumptions and intuitions. They rely on empirical deconstruction, or like compare A through Z to compare A through Z, not what Z represents everything from the things before it. So if A happened first, someone who's bottom up would have to examine A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. But if you know that A starts first, and then Z is the end product, a specialist or a top-down approach would focus on Z and compare Z to the practice of Z, because Z includes everything before it. So I'm interested, by doing this, the process that gets to the top, to the complex thing that you're talking about. This is why I like to chill in the stream. I haven't even done, someone to know what sort of personality I have. Makes me want to do more. Yeah, so if you explore, you can be amazing. Whatever works for you, the more you discover. I can't tell you what works for you, and I can't tell, but isn't it amazing that you can maximize your own life when you choose? You can choose to maximize your own life, and that's great. There is another thing that I was going to digress into some other time. It's also, the more you take, in my opinion, one of the gains for trade-off. Here's a massive con that most people would say con for bottom-up approach. It takes too freaking long to do things. Absolutely agree. What do generalists do to master something? It takes too freaking long. These are inherently connected. These personalities, when you're a specialist, you repel, you push away from what I'm describing because it's not efficient. And that's not, but the trade-off is that you are going to have more tools and building blocks. And when you're thinking about it, you're balancing these two, really. No one is inherently just a specialist, just a generalist, right? We're just using it compartmentalized to draw some comparisons. But really, you're balanced between this. And mine would be, I'm like a 30% specialist and a 70% generalist. There is a very few, very finite specific things that I choose to be specialized in. Everything else, I take a bottom-top approach. Communication, I do not take as a bottom-up approach. It will take far too long to deconstruct all the different permutations of human interaction to be an effective communicator. So when I talk to people and advise them about communication, I use examples, I use anecdotes and not say like, hey, well, to be a good communicator, first, you have to learn the language. That's a bottom-up approach. Okay, before the language, you have to know how to construct sentences. So, so there are things that I definitely do not take bottom-up approach. But this one is not one of those examples. What do you think about personality typing systems like MBTI or Enneagram? I am not familiar with those abbreviations. Can you... Oh, no. I am. I just didn't think about it. You're talking about like the personality tests, right? The things that are archetypical, like where they associate and correlate tendencies with specific personalities, right? Those things. I say if you're archetypical, it can be very effective. Well, no, I know those are constructs. So like those are personality constructs. When I read typing, I thought you meant literal typing, like. But you're talking about profiling, the personality, like the systems that profile personalities, which like give you a statistical corollary between specific personalities, right? The typing of people, the profiling of people. Those can be very effective. They are very effective starting points for a person. So if you are like way confused and you feel like you need to reform your life, right? Like just completely reform your life. Something is just not working and you're looking for a speck of inspiration. You can use those typing, like the profile systems, to find a starting place. But empirically, those are still just corollary data. It's a profile that is constructed based on the likelihood of association of behavior. So they are a great place in which you start similarity testing. So for example, you know that, I don't know, if your personality is associated with this, you test that. Then you test the nearest neighbor. Then the nearest neighbor to that. The nearest neighbor to that. Eventually, you'll iterate to your fine-tuning. That still involves a lot of time. So instead of desert wandering, when you're really desperate for direction, I think there's an application for those profile typing stuff. So it could be very interesting. You don't have to necessarily believe them, right? Because they're statistical corollaries. And you can use them as a guiding point for discussion. And then you know the limitations of those typing thing, the personality typing. So you can generally be ready to discuss about the deviations from those things, the exceptions, or how your outlier with the frame of reference. Those types of systems provide a frame of reference. Without a frame of reference, it can be very difficult to draw empirical understanding if you do not have a frame of reference. Because what's your control? What's your basically what's your control? Like, how do you control for what you're evaluating? Hey, I know, you know, I get better at this. It's like, well, how do I know this is best for me? What am I comparing it to? I'm comparing it with my yester self. Well, the problem with your yester self is time and wisdom. So a lot of times systems put into place can be a great point of reference. So I think they're great starting places, or just a place to, maybe if you're looking for validation, perhaps I would look more for dissonance than validation. It's in my opinion, for the human brain, I'm not for the human brain, that's not a great way to, for critical thinking, taking a road of greatest resistance, perceived greatest resistance, produces a challenge that allows one to attempt to become more efficient at it. So what I'm saying is, if you think you have a specific personality, I would challenge you or encourage you, and it only takes a little, use some of those systems and tell me what you think you're not compared to those systems, not what you think you are. It's generally speaking, a lot of times those personalities have those systems have a danger of telling people what they are, but they don't challenge themselves to rigorously see if that system is accurate. And that's just like when you told me you lost brain cells for practicing. Yeah, I totally agree with you. You would think that too. Like, it's very reasonable. But have you truly challenged yourself to see the value in what I'm doing? By doing it once. The challenge is to find value in where you don't think there's value. Not that it'll be fruitful. Not that it'll be fruitful. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing that you'll learn something. It would be challenging to find something that is worth something, right? Inherently, you're going against your better judgment. If there isn't any stronger challenge than that, I think, if you think so, like everything in your core, your body, and your value is telling you this is valueless, intrinsically, intuitively. What more challenge would you want than trying to find a value in that? I wouldn't go and use this as your life mantra and use up all your time to do so, but it would be a fun exercise. I watched White Chicks when I was young, knowing that there's no possible way I'll be able to resonate with the movie. But you know what? I know something about the current dogmatic status quo of white comedy with the perspective of black comedians during that time watching that video. Not that I cared for it, like emotionally or anything, but I challenged myself to find meaning in why people watch this movie called White Chicks. It's the Wayne brothers movie back in, like, I'm gonna say the 90s, when I was a kid who probably suffered from a cultural identity crisis. But you know, I heard anything about them is that they put a lot of emphasis on weaknesses different people might have, and that might help you understand. That's fair. That's fair. That's something you can extract from something that you haven't considered. These discussions are the point of that too. I strive to have these discussions as much as I can. I've tried what you're doing right now. It just didn't go well. Maybe I did something wrong, but I found a way that works better. Here's Worm. You gotta hear me out. Hear me out, Worm. Your life is on a continuum, right? You are a linear time creature. You had to do something to lead to something else. Who is to say that when you tried this, it made you feel like you did something wrong only to lead you to a better method? So, did you do the wrong thing, or you did just the right thing to lead to a better method? Since you're a linear creature, you're a creature that has a start and an end. What you choose to do ultimately contributes to what you are now. So, in retrospect, you could see it as a thing that needed to be tested in order to refine to a better method. So I am not doing this in hopes that I would improve in Osu. I'm doing it because I haven't done it yet. If it did improve my Osu, then nice. But my major goal is not for improvement. It's for experimentation. And what it will lead, I have no idea. Like, I'm not concerned with... I did put some goals in mind, like realistic goals based on the past me. So where am I now, where I will be later, hopefully, realistically, etc. But that's just icing. That's not the ultimate goal. The goal is for understanding the process of what I'm doing. And inherently, whatever is wrong or good, or better or worse, I can't evaluate that because it's not my concern. So what drives me to do this every single day for 24 days straight is not the prospect of what's going to happen, because I can't guarantee that it's going to happen. Every day I'm extracting data. I'm creating new data points that I can in the future reflect upon. So I'm maximizing all my days. When the conversation we're having right this moment is an extension of me doing this thing. I've had 10 to 12 very long discussions as a result of the 24 days I've been doing this. And it helps me practice my rehearsal, my approach, how do I explain this, all that. Those are experiences. They're all toolkits. How do I explain this structure? You challenging me and telling me that this is making you dumber is the greatest challenge I can have to trying to understand and appreciate this thing. The greatest challenge is to convince someone that that has an inherent idea that this is meaningless. That is the greatest challenge to me. And I welcome it every day because it strengthens what I know, or it helps me refine what I don't know. So the idea that you disagree fundamentally, like what is the better method, is helpful. Because it strengthens either strengthens or weakens it, but that challenge produces the opportunity to make it better, if not. Like, if I quit now because of what you said, I clearly don't understand any value in this, right? So it's telling me that I have finally decided that this is valueless to me. But it isn't. So your challenge only makes this stronger. I can defend this even better now. All your perspectives and stuff will help me refine how strongly I can deconstruct and explain my motivations behind this. The real hot take is, though, whatever I'm doing now on stream, if I'm taking an end justifies the mean, it's to improve my communication skills. That's all it is. It's, in the end, the ultimate goal in my life is to profile people, understand people's behavior and motivation in as many contexts I can have, and it augments my communication skills. It's not because I want to be a streamer for the rest of my life. Not because... Yeah, like, I can't even think of another goal that people would want. Not because I want to be Emmerich. I'm not making any point. I just explained what I said. Honestly, I don't believe in an ultimate betterment thing. No. I'm not saying you are. And I totally agree with you. I don't think... I'm on the same page. I don't think you're making any point. I'm using the points you're making to better bootstrap myself. So I am strongly considering and actively listening to all your points. I make it a point to care. Like, I make it a point to assess everything you say. That strengthens my perspective. It's my point to care about. It's my point that I'm making to myself to care about everything you say extremely strongly. And most of the time, I would say 70% of the time, the person that I'm speaking to would probably leave because it's exhausting. That's fine. Thankfully, I'm not trying to become a popular streamer. But what I can tell you is I am extracting value from everyone I talk to. Are you? You don't have to. It might not make you a better person or a worse person. In fact, if you extract information from every person, you probably end up childless like me. But the idea is, I don't waste my time. Like, I just don't. If you ask yourself, if you feel like you're wasting your time, it's a great question. It's a great question. I don't feel like I'm ever wasting my time. It's one of the fundamental checks. If you ask like the 3 or 4 traveling psychiatrists, those people, go on YouTube, like look at them. Some of the most fundamental things is you gotta ask yourself, do you feel like you're wasting your time? Do you feel like when you go to sleep, are you wasting your time? When I go to sleep, I don't think I'm wasting my time. It's not necessarily a mindset that you have to have. I'm just curious how frequently you feel that way. For myself, I don't. When I go work, I feel like I'm wasting my time. Yeah, see, Sun has to do something about it eventually if it becomes a problem. I go to work because I want to go to work, but I'm unemployed. But you might be saying, oh, MAKU's unemployed because he doesn't like work. I absolutely love work. In actuality, the reason why I left work was because I had problems with overexhaustion. I worked too much and it was a detriment to my health. So I stopped working and then COVID happened. And then now I can be honest with myself. I'm complacent. I stopped working for a really long time and I need to find a way to continue working. I have a really weird circumstance at the moment which I don't want to get into. Oh no, yeah. So yes, absolutely. Privacy, all that. So don't feel obligated. But it was, yeah, I say I was very content with what I did most of the time. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your circumstance. It sounds like it's an undesirable thing. But it sounds like you're a really healthy person, you know? Someone that knows what they want, manages with their ups and downs. So for me, the stuff that I'm saying, it would not necessarily be advice for a healthy person. It wouldn't be an advice for someone who's motivated and understand how to tackle problems and questions. But I do spend most of my time, even during my employment years, tackling individual motivation and like value and behavioral things that try to help them discover what's most efficient for them. And it's great. The reason why I was overexhausted was there was too many of them. I kept saying yes. I'm not a no person. I said yes too much, and then I was way over my head. So I had an unhealthy relationship with my work. And it was pretty clear. My mentor knew I had an unhealthy relationship with work. I still do. What is work to me? Well, I use a work word because because I have to understand that most people compartmentalize work from self. My work is a part of me. What I did at work is a representation of myself. So when someone says, oh yeah, don't take your work home, it's like, why wouldn't I take a part of me home? Well, there's a great pragmatic reason why. You end up like me, who's overexhausted and overworked. And it's not the fault of my mentors or anything like that. It's just there's so much value in everything I do, at least in my perspective. There's always an opportunity for me to grow doing something. So how do I balance this? I tell myself, get to freaking sleep sometimes, okay? I say, well, I can't sleep very well. What do? Well, spend the next 2 years developing a sleep routine and just bootstrap until you get a sleep routine that gets yourself in bed for 8 hours. And that's what I did. That's what I had to settle with. I mean, not seem like it, but actually I have a lot of problems with applying my way of thinking to actually because emotions are difficult to manage. That's understandable. And, you know, here's a little digression. I had this thing written up. It's still in a work in progress. But without prying too personally into your life, how much do you understand yourself that you apply to the selection of people around you? I want to say this because a lot of times when people inwardly internalize a lot of things that they seem to not be able to have solutions for, in a very strong alternative source of inspiration and well-being can be actualizing those problems and seeing, hey, what kind of people can surround myself to synergize with. You don't like doing that? Sounds like a challenge. Because it's not, if you're thinking I'm saying you should use people, like exploit them for their generosity, I'm talking about people who actively reflect. You probably didn't. I'm not sure what is negative about, you're insisting that it's negative, but maybe you're talking about a socialization thing? Is socialization out of the question? Is that why? There are many things that could be misunderstood, so this is understandable. So I'm not, we had to clarify. So sometimes it's because social anxiety and whatnot, so that's very understandable. Social anxiety is a big predicament, and that deals with self-exploration, but it's just an idea. Or an inquiry, rather. So the people you, like, I'm alone, for example. I'm solitary. I'm a solitary person. But that doesn't come without support from other solitary people. My solitary lifestyle is a culmination of me surrounding myself with individuals who also are very efficient at being solitary people. So we exchange ideas, just simply being aware of each other. Wouldn't say I'm too socially anxious, but usually I don't click with people and feel like they affect me negatively. That's fair. Alright. I can't help you, you know, like, that would make it very difficult. Yes, it would make it very difficult if you feel that way. I can't argue against that, for sure. My suggestion was to use the evaluation of yourself if you truly and utterly know what your problem is, how to characterize yourself and accurately evaluate yourself. It is within your control to selectively be able to discover people and surround yourself with synergistic personalities. The idea that you don't feel that you click with people and feel that they affect you negatively, it can, not exclusively, but one of the driving forces of that happening is either a failure to evaluate self properly or seeing other people properly. So like, for example, one can enter an abusive friendship with another person through the inappropriate evaluation of the person you're in a relationship with, or in an inappropriate evaluation of your own desires and personality. It's a two people problem, so it can't inherently be one or the other. So when someone feels like they don't interact with people because it's the people, not yourself, then it's usually a combination of both. More reasonably. But I hope everything's fine now. Like, it obviously, this isn't professional advice. You really, if you're feeling like you're in a really dark place, psychologist or therapist is highly recommended, obviously. And it's definitely worth investing in you. Even if you feel like it's not going to help or anything, I suppose. It's about being open, I suppose. Open to different takes. Not changing anything typically means more with the same thing. Okay, I should have went and paused this and just went into like a different channel, because now cool down. I was gonna play a game after this called Bear and Breakfast, and it's a casual game and just to unwind. But yeah, thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. I hope things will be better for you in the future. I'll get this. Hold up, 1 second. Oh, and also, there's one misnomer that I like to dispel. I'm not, sometimes the stuff I say can be misconstrued as self-improvement or self-care, but really it is a little of that. But the majority of the things I'm getting at is not more for self-correcting or self-improving, but finding appropriate opportunities for what you already know. It's great if you want to change certain things for your collective better. For me, if you seek opportunities that maximizes what you already know about yourself, that stuff can tend to lead to self-growth and reformation and discovery of new things. When someone is in a very dark place, attempting to correct what it got them to the dark place is very refractory. It's a huge hill to meet. Instead, you optimize for opportunistic chances based on what you know about this person or what you know about yourself. Maximize your opportunities, and yeah, you can self-improve down the line when you feel better, you know, when you have the capacity to be enthusiastic and want to change yourself. Trying to change yourself because you got there is like, whew, that's a different story. It's a very low success strategy. So often when I'm proposing alternatives, it's only to guess at what someone is open to. If you are not open to it, you simply ignore it. I would highly encourage you to ignore something that you're not open to, because it's a high barrier. It's a really gigantic barrier. But by sheer coincidence, if I say something that resonates with you, I like to hope that you think, oh yeah, that's easy, I'll try it, you know, kind of thing. So that's the idea. To recover or to bring someone to a more desirable mindset is to place yourself in the highest opportunistic position to receive stimuli, and stimuli that you want, desirable stimuli. So the whole friends thing or looking for people, it's more of a opportunistic exchange. So if you are beyond your means and you just feel that you don't want to come up with a solution, the solution can be in someone else who may resonate with you. So if you know exactly what your problem is, you can possibly find someone who has the answer. Not necessarily you have to improve yourself or change something about yourself to find that person. It's to find that person to help change yourself. Or maybe not even change yourself. You find out everything's perfectly fine. We don't know what the future is, but one of the most consistent ways to turn your life around in general is to surround yourself with the most opportunity to do so. And it you know, I mean, you could go around and tell people like, this is what you need to do to be happy, this is what you need to, no, just set yourself up for opportunities. Who knows, anything can go. That's adding more things to think about, adding more things you have to control will greatly increase the barrier of trying to change the trajectory of your life. At least that's what I prescribe to. That is the most consistent approach, in my opinion. So surrounding yourself with appropriate people, it's a fairly great way. Like, if you like being complimented, try finding someone who's very complimentary, like to compliment people, for example. Like, things like that. And it doesn't have to be top down where you have to worry about the great complexities of things. The only reason I mentioned compliment is because you said people affect you negatively. But I have one really good friend, but he really enjoys solitude. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So I specifically mentioned my predicaments about solitary people because that does happen. Worm, like you described that. So I discovered that I'm okay with solitary life, right? For better or for worse, whatever is desired. And my friends, my circle of friends, they're super rare. Over 35 years, I've met thousands of people, like one-on-one, at least, like hundreds of people a year. But I have like 4 friends. Because when you meet someone who enjoys solitude, they are unlikely to make themselves known. So by coincidence, through all that sampling, it was because of education that I randomly coincide. But how often do I talk to these people? Not very often. Like once a year. But they are the closest thing I have to my best friends, because we all enjoy solitude. We're very solitary people. So, you know, expectations, right? Kind of thing. But when I have a problem, I would likely think that they would have encountered the same problem. So we can bank off ideas off each other. And, you know, some of my solitary friends ended up marrying non-solitary people. That can help expose them to other different advice. So I tend to now consult my once solitary friends on how they have a successful marriage. And it just goes on like that. But yeah, I can empathize for sure. I can absolutely empathize that yeah, solitary life, you know? But I'm glad to hear you're on the mends. And whenever, you know, even to prove a point or anything like that, wishing hardship or so, just seeing people in hardship, I don't resonate with that. You can call me an optimist when it comes to wanting good things for people, but I am not one that will give you I'm not one that says very optimistic things to people. Here's a hot take, right? I've been getting, when I was in my 20s, most people I interacted with called me a pessimist for what I'm saying. And then in the last 5 years, people had called me an optimist. Now, what does that say about me? Well, I can tell you my approach has not really remarkably changed, but that does say something about the people around me and the society I'm in and the environment that I place myself in. It's saying that the people that I'm exposed to these last 5 years are far more less positive outlooking than the people I used to hang out with, who I would have to say I owe my life to, because those positive people relative to me imparted things to me that allow me to normalize. So perhaps I am an optimist in a sense because of that period of people. So I'm no longer at a university. You know, I live alone. But when I worked, I was always surrounded by university people. What are university people like? Ambitious. Extremely critical of self. Forward looking. Wanting to do big things. And in the last couple of years, it's like, it's definitely a different environment. And I'm up to the task, I guess, I suppose. Or at least I'm learning. That's the weird one. You're saying you talk to them pretty rarely, but me and my friends reach out to each other almost on a daily basis, but don't really talk to any one-on-one outside of that. Isn't that crazy? It's so different. Yeah, so I do have to make an exception. One of my friends now, we try to talk at each other, but not really with each other on like Wednesdays and Sundays. But the thing is, this particular best friend of mine, he also has 2 identical brothers who I talk to maybe once or twice a year. Which before we started doing this arrangement, we talked like once every 3 years, like once every year or so, maybe on the holidays, possibly. And it takes that one session, just that one session that we talk to, and we'd be all caught up. It's a distribution of mindset. It's a distribution of emotional value and sentimentalism. So when you find individuals that resonate with you, time can be so much longer, even though it doesn't wait and it doesn't actually lengthen or shorten. But that one session is sufficient, at least for us, because we found this where if it wasn't sufficient, we would not be friends anymore. What you just said, it would be. I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. And I don't blame you for being very like different about it. It's a concept that separates our life experiences. You and I had quite remarkably different life experiences, I would be safe to assume. So it's no different to expect that it would sound really strange, or most of the things I say really strange. I could, and he could, have any time said, hey, yo, let's hang out, and we would be out the door. But no, that just, actually, we say that a lot and just don't do anything as well. That happens a lot. Like, hey, we should watch this. 3 years later, we still haven't watched it. Sessions with talking on each other. I've never heard that. Oh, okay. So, that thing. We talk at each other, but we don't talk with each other. So here's the idea. So on Wednesdays, which was yesterday, he's still like hanging out with parents and whatnot. He and I talk about things that we have done. So we exchange those ideas. But generally, we don't have to say anything directly with whatever he's saying, with whatever I'm saying, because we both of like mind. We don't have to confirm nor deny what our suspicions are, because we have the same thoughts, usually. Like, I don't ask him. A lot of times, the closest thing I can get to asking him is like, what are your thoughts? But that's out of courtesy. I already know what his thoughts are. Generally speaking, I'm probably really close to him. But to illustrate a point of our commonality, typically our conversations for stream, we do this on stream. So I would ask him something. What are your thoughts on this? And what naturally tends to happen 95% of the time is he would fill in his thought process. And I wouldn't have to say anything anymore because it illustrates my point. He is repeating what I said at a different time. So we don't talk with each other a lot of times. We talk at each other. Basically, I propose something to him, but I don't really need to hear it. In fact, we find ourselves interjecting each other all the time, saying, you probably already figured this out, but let's just say it for the sake of saying it, for the sake of being clear, but we don't necessarily have to be clear. That's the resonance that I have with my friends. It's just unspoken. So when I get on once a year, sounds like a fictional story. Fair enough. I can't. It's fair. Sounds like a pipe dream. Yeah. Sounds like you know each other better than I know my friends talk to daily for decades. I think you know different things, Silver. I think you know different things. I absolutely 100% guarantee you know more semantic knowledge about your friends. It's what we value, right? What precedes the other. The reason why I don't need to hear what Eric says is because the approach he's going to answer I'm aware of, and it will lead to the thought. But you probably know what your friends did yesterday. I don't know what Eric did yesterday. But that's not what I value about Eric. I don't value my friends on the daily activities of their lives. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not fictional as you may think, because the things you two value about your friends would be something me and my friend would be terrible at. I don't know what Eric did yesterday. I don't value that. When we get together, it's about him in this, about him and I in this moment. Like, hey, have you read this? It's like, okay, well, if you haven't read it, tell me what you think from not having read it. And then that's all that matters to me. It's the in the moment. Like that's the moment. And the thing is, it only verifies how close we are in thought. But it's not, oh, you should have been there. Like, you should have been there. Hey, I saw this great movie. You should have been there. That's why we're friends. We should have had this shared experience. Yeah, that's fair. Like, we're terrible at that. If you value those things, we are terrible friends. Me, Eric, Adam, Greg, and Eric are terrible friends. If your value system deals with sharing experiences, it's absolutely garbage. Like, we are not best friends. But they are my best friends for the very reason you're probably not best friends with your friends. And that's, I can appreciate that these people react, make decisions, critically think like me. If I have a problem, I bring it up, and they will either confirm, they will likely confirm and help me understand and ground my decision making. And that's all that matters. We think alike. We don't necessarily share. So I'm not sure if they're sentimental. I would say all of us are not sentimental. We barely even hold on. Like, we're not sentimental people. I say is different in our approach is what draws us together. I wouldn't say I value mundane things more than thought process. Well, do you think mundane things? Okay, that's fair. I don't think I insisted mundane. It's funny you say it that way. Yeah, I don't think a thought process is a mundane thing. It happens every day. But I don't see how anything could be mundane with another person. Yeah. So it's a paradox. So there are things you do with your friend that are mundane. That's probably where we're probably gonna not resonate here. I don't think there's anything that I do with my friends that's considered mundane. It's much more intimate. I can see that. That's probably why people think that we're closer friends and personalized. That's fair. I can't say that that sentiment, I can echo that sentiment, especially my friends. Maybe I should ask Eric. That would be interesting. We haven't ever placed our friendship on scrutiny. Like, rarely do people ever ask about me and my, like, how, like, they rarely we don't offer voluntary information. So, like, I don't voluntarily ever offer this stuff, but it's because people don't ask, right? When they ask, it means I have their attention, or they're genuinely curious. I'm not a person that voluntarily share things. Um uh so we haven't had the opportunity where someone proposed a question to me and Eric, like, how are we friends? So we don't really think about it too much. But I can tell you, if I am like Eric, I am going to tell you that Eric and I, so both of us, there's a big digression about English as a second language, but it's okay. I think I get what you mean. because you are saying something that other Americans would say. Like, I'm not saying that the vast majority of Americans and friendship people would probably agree with you and know what you're saying. So I spend more of the time arguing. I spend more of the time sharing the perspective that we may have. Eric, including myself, we're going to confirm that later. I'll probably ask Eric on Sunday. He will probably think of all the exceptions. So the first thing he says, like, that's a big generalization. It's probably a very bold statement. So let's think. Are there any things that are not a thought process, but equally or arguably just as intimate? For friends, everything I have here, right here, this is valued more than a thought process. A lot of times, these objects that I kept, even against my materialism, my minimalistic lifestyle, I've kept these things because these things embody thought. They might seem like mundane objects here, but it appeals to my sentimentalism, even though it's a rare case. And the idea that I have these things means the world. So these mundane things are far more intimate in the scope of most things than the thought process. They legitimately are the extension of someone's thought process. So Eric would probably churn the idea, like, he's going to be wishy-washy, like myself, where, like, I can understand that, absolutely. And then I'd be like, it could also be interpreted this way, cool, now we're all confused. And it's like, well, glad we discussed it. That's probably what he's going to say. And we will come with no apparent answers. It will just be the idea that we spent the time entertaining and discussing all the alternatives. And inherently, that would be the example of having related thought processes. That discussion came with no ideas, no revelations, just the idea that human value system is extremely dynamic. He wouldn't use those specific words, though. I think our dialogue and our vocabulary has divided. It diverged since college. So his wording and phrasing is going to be different. They don't mean anything to you without them meaning anything to you in that case. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal, right? You're thinking that one can be separated from another in order to qualify your which one is more intimate. They are inseparable, which is the basis for your argument here. Your argument is that they are inseparable. These mundane things are related to thought process. So one is no more intimate than the other because they are connected. So inherently, for me to accept what you just said, I must refute what you said earlier. If you want to accept what you said earlier, I must refute what you just said now. If the thought process and the mundane are related, one in itself will affect the other. So it's very difficult to evaluate what is more intimate and what is not. Unless you want to say they're separated. Then I can totally understand that. For sure. Dave, it's difficult for humans to think of anything not being part of a thought process. At least for myself. So I can't compare them to. They are interconnected at all times. So I can't view what's more mundane, what isn't. I can't value something more than what's less. That's what you got to learn about the person. I disagree. But that's probably why I'm friends with that person. I can be someone's friend without having to know that, to be honest. Like, I don't have to tell someone that's the reality. So at this point, I will reject what you just said and accept what you said earlier, because that's kind of what you believe in, that they're not necessarily connected, so that they can be compared. I cannot compare them. So the people I surround myself with wouldn't necessarily compare them either. Some of the most fundamental, mundane things in life is such a cherished thing to another. And that involves a thought process. It could pragmatically explain how you feel that most people don't click with you, and also affect you negatively. And for me, the other way around. Because I can't see someone doing mundane things, or I don't want to. I can probably respect and know that is a mundane task. I can still appreciate that. So, like, for example, a mundane thing is what that person ate yesterday. Say, like, yesterday, I found out that Eric ate a avocado tomato on toast. What does that mundane thing to other people think? It's like, okay, well, the subject here is between the two people that know each other, right? So if I was a stranger and you're telling me that is very important to you, my first inquiry would be like, dude, do you have a special memory with that avocado toast sandwich? Like, oh no, you're gonna say, you could say like, oh no, it's just whatever they ate. It's not important. It's like, so are you telling me that you want it? Like, you share details about the avocado toast, tomato toast, but it doesn't mean anything? Just that informs me about the type of friendship you have, which is not bad or good. It's just whatever the value system is. It is still important to me. It's not just a mundane detail. As a stranger that has no someone, I place these things, and I over my 3 years of streaming, the most frequent question I've had was regarding these things. These are mundane things. So why do people ask me about these things? You're suggesting that they're not intimate. So instead of asking me about what I say or I'm doing on screen, they decide to ask me about these things. That's from the stranger's perspective. But now from a friend's perspective, what does knowing that Eric just decided to tell me he had avocado tomato on toast? It's like, well, guess what? The last time I visited Eric, he introduced me to that item, and I absolutely loved it. And the reason why he probably mentioned it is probably he thought about that. I mean, it's just avocado tomato on toast. Also, this is my perspective, obviously. I totally, if you had the opportunity, it would be awesome to hear your interactions with your friends, right? Because this is one side at the moment. I'm anecdotally supporting my side, but it would be very endearing and fun to hear your side, how you interact with your friends. It's not to say that your friends, your interaction and stuff is not adhering to your value system. Right now it's one-sided because I'm talking about me and my friends and then my experiences. So your experiences may differ entirely, and that's great. I think that's the best part about sharing stories or talking to other people. It opens eye. I'm agreeing with what you're saying, so I guess there was a misunderstanding. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, that's... I'm gonna be real. That's even more awkward than, than the first one. Okay, that's kind of... So, you know what? Here's the thing. If you have a good friend, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to go about it. If you know what I mean. Right, Worm Love? I think, practically speaking, that we can take to the bank, right? If you had a friend, if you had a really good friend, it's not a competition or a right or wrong way. It's just sharing how we all are weird with our friends. And there's just really weird stories to be talked about. My and I know it sounds strange, but you know, it's pretty fun. Like Sun and I, okay, all right. Sun and I, we interact. Let's just say we interact almost weekly, by like twice a week or something. And then I have another, I don't even know if Coffers is here. We talk like within hours, all the time. So I am behaving dynamically in a way that makes us resonate. Would I behave like with Eric the way I behave with Sun? I would not. Because then Sun would probably tell me to quit Osu. No, I'm just joking. But I am inherently a very, and this is gonna sound desirable, but it is, sometimes I typically find myself having undesirable traits, but I am inherently more biased to being an agreeable person than a disagreeable person. And yes, you might think disagreeable, that sounds negative. Agreeable, that sounds positive. But no, it's more of a having the cake and eat it thing. Being an agreeable person comes with trade-offs. And one trade-off is being friends with many people who don't necessarily resonate on all wavelengths. Sun and I have 5% things in common. But that 5% is the most important thing. Or at least we deem it's important enough to remain friends. There's not a time that I could do something outside of Osu that would resonate with him. And yeah, it could be considered those mundane things, but those things are not mundane to Sun. His hatred for Sekiro could legitimately probably destroy a friendship. So I cannot trivialize that. I know as a biased, agreeable person that I must behave and speak a certain way. And some people might think, oh, that's being pretentious. That's me. Well, no, that's me. That's me. If you don't like someone who's it's just going out of their way to be agreeable, then we wouldn't be friends in the first place. Just the exchange. I keep rare opportunities, I guess. I want to maximize opportunities. My friends know that. I wouldn't treat them in a way they're one of the biggest cons. Let's just go with a con to balance this. It might sound like, oh yeah, but no one's like that. It's like, you're right. Not a lot of people are like that, because I can tell you one thing, that it doesn't help. It doesn't help with your own desires, your own goals, your own success. I'm not a rich person. I'm not the G, as some people say. I'm not a king. Like, those things you give up for being agreeable. You put yourself second. And that's a terrible survival strategy. So when I was working, I had to do what I'm terrible at, which is to step on someone to get higher. So I milked systems and stuff to get my degree. Like that's what you have to do. But I'm terrible at it. I still do it though. I'm smart. I'm realistic enough with myself that when I have to step on someone to get to a higher ladder, I will have to do it in order to achieve my goals. But most of the time, I don't. I choose not to. So therefore, I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a leader. I don't have a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, I'm not the guy raking in like 1 million views and stuff. That's for the pragmatic opportunist. And I'm not very good at that. So therefore, I spend most of my time, quote unquote, to the successful few, wasting my time. Like, all right, fair enough. It's not a waste to me, but I cannot deny that I could use my time to make money, to, I don't know, do something, further my status. Those are really valid points, but I didn't. And it's the biggest challenge in my life to be that way. So if there's anything that I am deficient at and makes me a very terrible employee, in which I try to mask in an interview. I mask in an interview all the time. I don't seize opportunities. That's one of the biggest things. And what does that inform me of? I encourage others to seize opportunities. So if you feel like you only make a few friends, that sounds like someone who knows how to seize opportunities and put themselves first. I get that's corollary. It's corollary to a successful person. What are successful people like? They're lonely. They strive higher. They're extraordinary. If you want to be the best, you are going to be lonely. Like, more lonely than a more agreeable version of yourself. So if you're comparing yourself, right? The one that's willing to bring other people with you and share the victory versus yourself in an alternative universe that wants to be number one, relatively speaking, compared to your hypothetical stuff, from a logical perspective, you will be lonelier being number one and sharing a victory at number 3. And that's, one would say, to an artificial life form, I guess, that would be illogical. But then we have beautiful things like Silver, who, with his wife, had a child. That's wonderful. It's the exchange. So as an agreeable person, someone agreeable, if you truly think you are someone who think agreeability is key and it's a life and a mantra, you probably have done it long enough to realize how little you care about yourself most of the time. I was overexhausted at work because I literally didn't care about myself. I overworked myself. I was underweight. I fall asleep standing up. Like, it happens. So I need to get with the program and put myself first every once in a while, which, well, I stopped working in science. That was a tough decision, and I'm not sure if I'm going to continue or return to working in science, because I had a really unhealthy relationship with my career. Yeah, that's a good example. I mean, it's not to say that I got better. When I stopped working in science, the first 6 months of Twitch streaming, I streamed 14 hours a day on average for 6 months. The only thing I did was order things to be mailed to my room. I just went to the bathroom, eat, sleep, and I streamed. So, yeah, I do have a work ethic issue. So, and it's not the type of work ethic issue that most people have, I guess, which is like being complacent, not wanting to work, and all that. It's doing all the stuff that's undesirable. Because I find it challenging. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But just to share a little bit, it really sucks. I kid you not. Like, there are trade-offs. Being a selfish person and a selective person helps, number one. So do not feel that I am saying it's one way or the highway. It's a balance. You gotta know your balance. I am a very unhealthily agreeable person sometimes. Here's a fun thing. I usually use this every once in a while. I had a mutual breakup with someone because that person felt guilty that I never asked them for something. There's a lot. It will take like 8 hours to talk about all the perspectives that led to this moment and how it's reasonable from all sides, like all different sides. But the fact is, the relationship was terminated mutually because I do not have a propensity to ask for something in exchange for giving something. And that guilt accumulated to the point where they could no longer persist in it. Yeah. It was fine. Like, we were mutually... It basically means that I didn't give them the opportunity. Yeah. What Silver said. I didn't give them the opportunity to feel needed. So that was the dissonance. The value system for both of us were different. My value is that I provide everything. That is the value system that I have, because I only ask for help when I need it. But it is being disconnected with the person who feel need is an equivalent exchange, whether you need it literally or not. It's a mutual exchange. So I could not provide that. Like, I would inherently not do that. And that creates a disconnect. It creates an emotional built-up of guilt. So, yeah, one of our relationships ended that way. As in, like, friendship relationships. We were seeking something more, but it didn't get there. So it's fairly mutual in all regards. Like, the intent was to be more than that. The intent was to be more. No, it was assumed that we would be together. Like, whatever it was. But it didn't work out. We weren't friends yet. So, to give you a hot take, we were arranged to meet because our parents knew each other. Just as a, I know there are a lot of cultural differences here, so it was more like a arranged meet, and then that started the relationship for 9 months. Just different values. I do have to go to the bathroom. Maybe I will hold. What did I learn on? Okay.
See you next time.
Let me bring up I'm gonna bring up something instead. I think I should have swapped earlier, but hold up. Hang out. Let's not give people the idea that I'm actually playing Osu. Uh, okay. I always bring up a tablet or something, a writing surface. I will be able to diagram this a little bit better. I do need to go to the bathroom. You might have to give me a all right. I have to go to the bathroom quickly, and I'll be back. One sec. Man, I needed to oh yeah, I used to do that. That's right, Silver. So now I place these VODs in a video collection called Deep Digression. So I have two in there now. But I guess I'm just gonna have to like kind of separate where the Osu thing happened, and it'll be interesting. I hope you guys don't mind. Obviously, your messages will be in those particular VODs, but I'm sure if you ever feel uncomfortable, whoops, sorry, trying to. I'm sure if you feel uncomfortable, definitely give me a heads up. What you call it? Oh yeah, so relationships, right? Let's do a tack on, or at least a show and tell about relationships. I had this specific part set up for I've been working on this. Oh, sorry. Let me I had this part, this like thing in my head set up for a while, and we've rehearsed this a bunch of times. So in terms of relationships, um so this type of thing was it's a little bit harder to understand because of the cultural things. So the cultural thing is the cultural thing that may be a little difficult to understand is This is the one. This is the situation where whoops. What the? Sorry. Accidentally turned off my tablet thing. Okay, so one of the cultural things that we have to remember is this is where the parents learn about the other parents. And then me was informed to contact her. You only say nice things about your wife. Your wife is performing miracles, Silver. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that. Sure, if she can attest to the rigors of childbearing, sure she understands that you appreciate her quite a lot, Silver. So this is more the situation, one of the cultural differences that can come up, right? It's parents exchange information, and then me, and this is matriarchal, whether you agree with it or not. These are the facts, right? So this is the arrangement, right? So and one thing we could say about this is there's a lot of things that lead up. So all these all these details come with retrospection. So here's one thing. Here's one thing that we got to relate back to what we said today, which deals with actually specialists and generalists. There are a lot of corollaries that we can make. Not definitive truth. They're just observationally associated a lot of times. So let's rewind and go far back. And it does deal with parenthood too. So we can wrap this all the way back to what we said, even when Silver and I were just conversing. But for now, let's just go slightly back. Let's take a step back to generalists. And obviously, it's a spectrum. But the reason why I use these terms is, well, there's there's like negative and positive terminology for this. But I like the term. I think I've settled on the term of generalist versus specialist. And obviously, we're on a continuum. Most individuals are on a continuum between these. Like you could be a little bit more general, a little bit less special. Oh, well, specialist. Wow. The word special, though. These words right here, these root words, special and general, man, they come with so much baggage, like so much emotional baggage. I think we're okay here. So one thing we have to think about is one aspect of these things deal with the extent of agreeability and disagreeability. Now, yes, I know disagreeability would inherit a negative connotation, and agreeability, but that's not where I'm going here. We're gonna view these as the pragmatic sense, the functional sense of these things. A specialist focuses on what they deem to have the potential that meets their whatever they're looking for, their goal. Hence, naturally, they would excel more at disagreeability. And my phrasing is deliberate. One can excel at disagreeability. And for the appropriate situation, they can be pretty advantageous. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is you can see there's a balance in interpretation. A generalist could be viewed as a dilettante, someone who just simply don't know what they do well. They just, they're like meh in everything. Well, naturally in this situation, I'm a meh, pretty meh, all right? And a specialist, I remember I heard some good player from other games, I mentioned in saying that you have to be very Thank you, Worm. I really appreciate that. And it's not a bad thing. Like, you need to find appropriateness. We need to put context to appropriateness. So I'm doing this to debunk. I'm doing this to create perspective that the words we carry with negative and positive connotation is the embodiment, is the personalization we distribute to these words. They're very reflective of our own personal experience. And for me, I'll reveal the inference here. So as a generalist, I can appreciate that I'm pretty meh, right? But is that a bad or a good thing in my mind? We'll see. So ultimately, a generalist has to have an element of agreeability in order to be general. So like, hey, what are you eating over there? That looks kind of nice. Can I try that? It's like, hey, that looks pretty all right. Yeah, I find that agreeable. Let's try that too. When you're a specialist, you kind of know what you want. If you get something you don't want, that ain't it, Chief. This is no Bloodborne. This is no Osu. Right? But what you do get is you know exactly what you want. You know how to focus it. You can slap it out of the park because you know what to expect. Okay? So, you know, it's a property, agreeability, the extent of agreeability or disagreeability is statistically significantly different between a generalist and a specialist. You can still be agreeable as a specialist. It's just, it's enriched. All right? So we got that. So here's the thing. I arranged it this way because this arrangement, she is a specialist and I'm a generalist. It was very deliberate that I arranged it from left to right. Okay? Now, how can a person be arranged in this way? And how can we explain what I shared about earlier? Well, when you're a disagreeable person and you like to specialize in something, you believe... We're gonna skip a step. Wait, no, maybe we shouldn't. We'll go one step further. So, special means rare. What does an agreeable person would say? Probability. Now you might think, okay, so rare, right, is a probability. But hear me out here. When you're a specialist, you have this mindset. This mindset that, oh, I see potential. So we enter this system that they want this relationship to have potential because we are trying to make it work, right? So the disagreeability is that there is no other, say, perchance alternatives. No distinction that this may fail. They want to be good at something they've committed themselves to being. For me, there's a chance this may or may not work out. Okay, so that's just it's a lesser degree of feeling special, because I generalize things. I tend to view that a lot of things can possibly happen, but that's not the point. You make it work, right? A specialist be like, if I think I can do a good job at this, I will do a good job at this. It's the thing. It's the thing I've committed, and one can view agreeability as in terms of a relationship, right? In terms of a farthering relationship. One can also see this as a lack of commitment. We're highlighting some stuff that can be deal breakers. And this, since we need to balance out the infer negativity. Agreeability can be clingy. Like, disagreeability can be clingy. If you specialize in making sure that one is extraordinary, extreme could be that, right? So just filling some roles, but then you can view the opposite. Basically, you could say committed. And this, you could say understanding. Right? So there are pros and cons to both of these things. So we discussed this, you know, we spent time, we explored our various, for lack of a better word, disagreements. And over time, what happened is this dichotomy between this line of thought led to the eventual buildup of deal breaking. I am very agreeable. So what does that lead to? Okay with more things. What does this mean? Okay. Super good with few things. Now we're introducing magnitude or the degree. So the things that this individual is super okay with, it's like super okay, like without a doubt, these things are paramount. And then for the generalist, it's like, well, pretty much anything can go. I'm okay with everything, right? Not like super okay with everything, but just, yeah, I can see it working. So how does that translate to the deal breaker, right? So we're gonna keep going. So right column, left column. So how does that translate? Going down, right? So if I'm okay with most things, then the idea is I tend to lack a desire for things. Or, in a more affirmative way, a perception of desire anyways. Like, I don't want things. So like wanting things. Okay? So I'm trying to frame it in a positive way so that it might not inherently skew one or the other. This is super good with a few things. So what does that mean? Desires a lot of those few things. Right? And we could also add or care less of most things. So we have to think about this in a value system now. So let's think of it like a pie chart. Okay? My pie chart would be something like this in terms of value. And this person's pie chart would be like this. So the thing about when someone, a specialist or someone who's very disagreeable that enters a relationship, one of these pies is you. One of these millions of pies is the other person, so the other you. So that's where this became a way to reconcile why I have failed, right, to reciprocate properly. So a lot of times with this disproportionate value system, there is more demanded of me but as someone who's agreeable, I have many things that I agree that can fulfill that demand, right? But what's the return? What's the return, right? So the return is I kind of want about this much from this person. So these pie charts, these pie parts are clearly not equivalent. And what happens is the things I do, which feels like this much of my value, and this person feels this much. Well, every time I do something to fill this demand, guilt will build. Because what I do is very valuable. Valuable to this person. Because their perception is that anything done is very valuable. Right? So, effectively, when I ask something of this person, they find that I either don't ask at all or very frequently, or the things I ask are of lower value to her. Lower value. So then guilt comes from this dissonance in value. And well, we kind of discussed this, but it doesn't change how we feel about it. A lot of times we talk about being enlightened, being understanding. There are things intrinsic to the initial feeling that can be deal breakers. So the break was mutual because even if we acknowledge this dissonance in value, we cannot overcome the initial feeling. It would be more or less a lifelong struggle to do it. And this bleeds into many other things like behavioral concerns. And I can totally resonate with those circumstances. For example, if I don't ask for things, ask for attention, to someone disagreeable, this could mean infidelity. Or not necessarily literal infidelity, just the probability. Or you can view it as a distraction from commitment. So all these things are from the perspective of a disagreeable person, which I have come to, I have to respect, right? I have to understand this. But for someone who demands attention, because there isn't anything that should be important, right? This is priority number one. It's the specialist dominance, right? It could mean dependency. And as an agreeable person, fear of abandonment. So now I'm revealing my interpretation as an agreeable person looking at a disagreeable person, just to flip the script a little. So what are these two fears? What kind of fears? And like these two are concerns. They elicit concerns, the similar emotions, but their context is quite different. So in the end, both sides are concerning themselves with what can stop the relationship from being successful. And, it's up to the eye of the beholder to know which type of fear. We discuss these things, so that's why I know these things. I'm not guessing what the other person was thinking about, and that other person should not be blindsided by what I'm saying from my perspective. These are the things we literally talked about in order to consider if a relationship is going to work out, right? Oh, and just to, it's not coherent with this line of thought, but this is meaningful to me. I shouldn't put this there. This is just a side note. This is meaningful to me. This is exhausting to this person. Because these things up here are irrelevant. They are not important. A specialist know the potential of these things. So they deem that this is not relevant. But they deem these things are relevant. And guess what? Both of these things, they're meaningful. So that's what the generalist percent. You might be thinking, oh, the other way is I would counter argue and say these things are not relevant. That's not true. A generalist is concerned with being agreeable. You're typically this type of scenario would be the people that say, oh, I would have said the other. It's between two disagreeable people. It's between two specialists. In generalists, we think everything is meaningful. Like what is brought up is that and this. So how did this end up being exhausting? It's because two perspectives are constantly or more plus, but they are used to one perspective. Instead, this is infinite perspective. It's whatever is worth talking about. So this stuff dragged on for quite a long time as well. And there are many other things, but it all feeds back to some of the fundamentals of thinking, of how the degree of, and this agreeability, this idea of agreeability and disagreeability, it's not the end-all, be-all trait that determines a relational success, but it is one of 10-ish core temperaments that govern people that can be the predominant driving force. So it's not about being generalist and specialist. It's more like the associated agreeability, degree of agreeability and disagreeability in terms of the fundamentals of governing people's actions. So I could continue to list all the things that created dissonance between us. But what happens is that inherently in the end of the day, this feeds into everything that made it not possible. Now, is it because we both didn't try? No, we definitely tried in our own way, I suppose. This is the chance we took, right? And I told you this was the arrangement. The parents to the parents, and then I as the male have to approach the female, because this cultural difference is that it's a patriarchal forward approach. So respectively, as an agreeable person, I approached it this way. However, when seeking a more intimate relationship, I suppose, we would never know because it didn't happen. My agreeability introduced something exhausting to the disagreeable person. We must cover these things in order to... So fundamentally, if this is already exhausting, it's for life, right? Like, we will have these disagreements So, and it all routes back to the degree of agreeability and disagreeability. And how is this important fundamentally? I'm not just talking about relationships like husband and wife and mom and dads, and I'm talking about in general, in the core of relationships. That degree, this, if you wanted something that you could focus on as a specialist, ironically, this type of way that I've mapped and out tends to be more receptive to specialists, because you can intuit these things a lot more. A generalist would find this incomplete, far incomplete. And how can I make this more complete? We can expand upon this. So there are things that we haven't considered as an extension of disagreeability and agreeability. So agreeability values sums, and disagreeability we're gonna make it a more of an uphill battle. Value quality to a different degree. It's quite a bit of a significant. So the sum of me is everything that I've done. So far. Everything that was worth it. And those phrases are very strong, because that is the 1-0, right? We're talking about one entire spectrum, like all the way at one end and all the way at the other end. We're somewhere in between, obviously. Like, humans are not ones and zeros. Well, at least we like to be. We're a bit like a little here, a little here. It's not everything, right? But just to draw the contrast. And how does this impact this value system impact the relationship, right? So gestures of affection, like show of affection. And we're gonna say all of us have we're gonna say reasonably, we're both humans, right? Our affection culminates in this relatively, the sum of our resources is represented by this pie chart. It's the sum. That's it. This is our whole self. This is all we can offer. But in order for an agreeable person to show affection, it looks like this, which looks very familiar. And a specialist may look like this. So how does that translate to how someone shows affection, right? Let's say, how does it affection? Well, there are specific things. Hypothetically, let's just say 4, because of my, sorry, that's 5 slices. There are 5 ways to show quality affection. To a generalist, there are infinite ways to show some affection, some amount of affection. So now we have this paradigm, and this paradigm pretty much shot me in the foot. When I did something, so we did go on and, you know, we did date per se. We got like a meet and greet, like we met up to plan stuff. Okay, so here's the thing. This is gonna be crazy, and you're wondering, ooh, where can this fall apart here? Well, let's just say one way to show an affection is a date for this particular person, and it's a really big chunk. This is how big the chunk is. Okay. So, you know, they ask, it's like, all right, I'll plan something, right? So I expend this chunk, this date, right? That's my chunk I have to offer, right? But I'm a generalist. So what else involves a date? I can't chunk things. Ooh, here it is. This might subvert this is deliberately being a little deceptive. So, to a generalist, can we compartmentalize what is involved in investing in a date? Well, a specialist clearly know what a date involves, right? Because you know the important things to a date. So you can quantify, you can sort of subconsciously quantify and narrow it down. What does a generalist do? Everything is involved in a date. What do you do when you plan a date? You take your whole self and plan everything around your whole self. So let's see what that whole self date is. Well, 2 a.m. Get on a bus, arrive at 8 a.m. Have breakfast, right? Breakfast, fancy place. Then we go ice skating. Then we go to batting cages. Then we go to a bowling alley where we have lunch as well. Then we go driving. And driving as in ball golf, not driving as in not driving as in a car. Driving ball golf, right? It did rain, but guess what? I brought an umbrella. And we walked and we did food stands. Then we went skywalk. Basically, it's like a scenic walk around town. Then I reserved dinner at a fancy place, of course, naturally. All, you know, rated research, what have you. Because I'm, you know, I don't really know. As a generalist, I don't really know how to show a specific form of affection. Like, I'm not sure what constitutes as quality affection. I just know that however you do it, however much you do it, it's going to show some affection, right? Some things. Dinner, and then run to bus stop because I didn't want to drive, because driving would diminish the thing. So we walked and stuff. Like, just appreciate the town, the city, because everything is important. You know, most things have some importance and meaning. Rush to bus at 2 a.m. Get back at 6 a.m. Go to work at 8 a.m. That's the generalist perception, by the way. So if you're thinking difference in intensity, well, it's hard to know. It's difficult to know, right? To someone that has a generalist mind, all the little things they did were of low intensity. But we didn't know which one. Now, here's the problem. Here's the dissonance that happened. So, all of this is being matched with this expectation here. So what happens to a specialist thought when you have this intensity matching this intensity? Well, next time, let me rearrange my priorities. Now it's more like, yeah, exactly. Exactly. A specialist would say, well, that's a lot, but I don't know what you want me to think about it, right? Lack of decisiveness and confidence, right? Right? But this is where the schism happens. I am absolutely confident in my decisions. But as a generalist, it is understood that you cannot read a person right away. You don't take the gamble on the all or none. There is no lack of confidence in doing all of this. It's all deliberate. But whatever it is, now there's a redistribution. Say the person didn't see it as a lack of decisiveness or confidence. It takes, to a specialist, if you ever attempt to try to schedule and plan like a generalist, I challenge you to tell me if a lack of decisive person can plan something like this. To a specialist, it might seem that way because that specialist might not necessarily appreciate how to organize them. With all that said, though, I got the same impression. As a generalist, I got the impression that that's what it could probably be seen as, because it's inclusive. It's not exclusive. However, this kind of warped the expectations. So now date as a specialist, right? They focused. So now there's a refocus on how to normalize this, right? So we tried again. We tried a couple more times. And what actually happened was that this was reasonable because the next one and the one after the next was even bigger. I won't even go over those, but it took a while. But those went even bigger. So what is the fundamentals between the disagreements between a disagreeable and an agreeable person? Well, the idea is the value of the sum versus the value of the quality. Now, I use the word sum to be fair because a lot of times people do this quantity versus quality argument. But remember, to normalize this, the quality is depicted by how much a singular person can input, which we're assuring at 100%. If you're talking about quality and you're trying to get in a relationship with the whole person as a specialist, to a generalist cannot see the logic behind nitpicking the sum of someone's abilities. So you have already specialized yourself to choose a specific aspect of this person that you like and be disagreeable and reject another person. As a generalist, everything about you is okay. You are sufficient. That might sound negative, but if you're talking about morality, which side would you be on? That's a rhetorical statement, by the way. You don't have to pick sides because we are not one or the other. We're like a mix of all these things. But it's just to illustrate the extremes to appreciate like where we're blending these values, right? So when we talk earlier, right, we need to connect with what we talked about earlier. So knowing this pie chart, if a generalist's value of most things are like this, while a specialist's value is like this, right? There are just things that are not really important, really. And then there are things that are of different value system. What is mundane here? What is of less value here in this? And then how could they reconcile to more important things and less important things? And yes, now we're just talking about, to make this agreeable for the specialist, we're talking about things now. But how far is that from talking about humans? Would a specialist still feel like parts of a human more important than another? It's reasonable, actually. Like, for example, thought process. It's higher in value. If you play Osu, maybe a little less. I hope Sun's still out here. Sorry, Sun. But here, no, just it's not indecisive. It's just there isn't a differentiation. I cannot control someone else. Like, things are interconnected. When you're in a relationship or when you're talking to someone, you cannot control the other person. You can choose to try to control the other person. And one way you can do that is to project. Who is more likely to project? A generalist or a specialist? Usually projection comes at the point of the specialist. What does the generalist tend to do? They tend to empathize. Or conscientious is probably the more neutral word. I don't know how to spell conscientious, though. It's close enough. This can work. Both has pros and cons. Projecting and conscientious has pros and cons. One, projection. Honest. We'll make it all sound good stuff, right? And then we'll do the reflection on that. Projection. You're honest. So you can assume, like, conscientious, probably not really telling the quote-unquote truth, right? Conscientious, compassion. And then you can see that projection would be insensitivity. Basically, like, you're projecting your values, right? You're being honest about what you see fit, what you see is correct, right? So I'm focusing just specifically on desirable traits, because focusing on negative traits is honestly a bit of a feels bad. So we'll avoid, and you can just know that it's somewhere in between. So projecting, exclusive is a great one. Exclusive. On the side of the specialist, you're exclusive. You are the best. You're really great. You know what's right and wrong. I see you are the fit for me. So therefore, you better, like, I love you. Like, I am selectively all up in your grill. Projection. Disagreeability. Everyone else, not important. Us two, important. And then you can probably guess what the non-exclusive tendencies of a generalist. You would be like, well, you know, if it doesn't work out, I hope you can find, you know, I hope for the best for you. So I hope you find another person who, you know, lots of quote unquote indecisiveness, which comes with projection. Decisive. What's the opposite of what is a euphemism as a trade-off of lacking of decisiveness? Inclusion. Right? Just like exclusive, I gave you the negative version of what is the opposite of being exclusive when it comes to a relationship is dedication to a specific thing. But the odds of that happening is because you're not including other alternatives. So the likelihood is a generalist would be more inclusive of a larger myriad of people. So what does that mean in terms of decision? If you're decisive, you are making a singular decision. What is a euphemism for generalists? Opportunities. A generalist would naturally have more opportunities because they're keeping their decision open. They are mirroring. There's just more things to them. So I only listed positive things, but you as a human being, if you disagree with one or disagree with the other one, you will naturally know all the drawbacks. So I don't necessarily have to emphasize them, because when you find something disagreeable, it's a lot, quote unquote, it's far more prevalent and easier for a human being to refute something than a more proactive, like positive looking stuff. You can say like, but yeah, I get it. So we'll leave that to your imagination. But you can see there are desirable traits on both sides of these things, right? They're desirable. So as a human being, as someone who's teetering between these, we kind of find, how honest do I want to be? But then how honest do I want to be at the cost of compassion? How exclusive do I want to be at the cost of being inclusive? So that's the balance. That is the thing that equalizes stuff. A human being is not composed of emphasizing one or the other. When you put it on a piece of paper, you will notice that many of the things you want take away from something else that you want. And then many of the things you want to reject also increases things that you also want to reject. So like if we flip this and only emphasize negative things, right? Just things that are universally undesirable, and you go out of your life trying to reduce that, it doesn't mean that reducing that doesn't increase something you don't like either. And all the things in between. So yes, it's nice to ironically be a specialist who compartmentalize perspectives, but that compartmentalization destroys the perspective of interconnected variables. The generalist destroys the perception of human biases, and not understanding human biases make them insensitive and ironically less compassionate and more error prone. So yeah, so you have pros and cons on both sides for sure, but they don't inherently increase together. There are so many properties about, and we're talking about humans. Human is the easy, it's the low-hanging fruit of argument, of debate, because human is still a black box. Like psychology in general and neurobiology, dopamine response, however you want to view how human behavior is manifest in our brain, neural networks, electrochemical signals, that's fine. But it's still largely the least understood thing. You might think choosing humans was the hardest thing to argue. But actually, the easiest things are about argument of facts. Like facts approaches. And yeah, the generalists and the specialists also differ in every single in general, the interpretation and weight about facts and how they approach. And without going too much, we can also tackle the thing that we covered, I digressed into before, which was the practice of skills, right? We're gonna wrap all today's discussions up. Like specialists, top down, without a doubt. The majority of the approach is top down. And then generalists, bottom up. And you might think, yeah, the specialist will interpret this as lacking direction. Or you can say like decisiveness and what's up. This too complex. Right? So we had that discussion, right? A specialist is like, so how do you get better at riding a bike? Well, riding a bike, forehead. You get better at doing it. All right, so let's talk about riding a bike. What involves riding a bike? Riding a bike? Generalists? Well, the first thing that comes to mind is balance. Right? It's a component of riding a bike. And then it's like, well, all right. Well, equipment is involved in it. I mean, you can still just hop on a bike and start riding for certain. But what bottom up means is you break down the components, right? Do you have legs? Oh, what? Every time I list something more to be considered at bottom up, you're increasing your inclusiveness. Every time you assume due to specialists, you're assuming things. Like just doing this, you have assumed. Starting at the top, you have assumed a world of factors that is projected. As a specialist, you know that riding a bike is a way to learn how to ride a bike. Because at the top, you have already assumed the people riding the bike or attempting to ride a bike is like you. You might think about that in retrospect, but to make that comment means you're assuming the person you are talking to is exactly like you. Because your worldview is projected from yourself. The generalist typically does not. Because they, like you said, might be indecisive about themselves too. In fact, one of the biggest cons about being a generalist is I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. So let's just try everything. Again, value of sums. And this, I have apps, I know what to do. Well, yeah, let's think about this for a moment. If you're always thinking about a few things, right? Few things. Your choices are pretty limited. It would be pretty simple to process. But you're thinking about too many things. Well, yeah. You probably have no idea about what to do. So you're striking a balance between these two, right? You're striking a balance that works for you between these two. And I would say I'm closer to the generalist. So what do you do? So say, why is this important? I get to choose what I want to be, right? But that's coming from the here's the catch. What I just said comes from only the perspective of a specialist. I get to choose if I need to appropriately be a generalist in points that I need to. But how does that work in logic? So you get to choose to do appropriate things, right? Because you know what to do. But your value system is like this. You only get to choose to do appropriate things for these things. Like, you barely spend any time with everything else. How could you possibly be appropriate to what you care about for like 5% of the time? Compared to the 95% of the time? But in this 5%, there are nearly infinite things. And in this 95%, there are only 6 things. So yes, if these 6 things land in these things, which I will be fair, if these 6 things equal most potential, and it can, that's why specialists are very successful and still can could portray a sense of worldliness. Absolutely. Because these 6 things could represent the majority of important things right now. So like, they could perceive that these 6 things represent over an equal partition, like 95% of actual things actually just involves these 6 things. So yeah, absolutely. This encompasses the idea that a specialist, a really strong specialist who excels at a singular task, can still appear that they have relevance in their skills to most things. What's a skill that involves that? And this is me kind of plugging stuff. What is the skill that can? Communication would be one of them. So if you're a specialist that had decided communication is one of the things, yeah, that might as well be like the whole pie, right? So you can appear worldly for sure and be inclusive because communication. Now here's the thing: the reality check is that we are all different, right? Someone said not long ago, we are all different. So for specialists, let's ask ourselves, if you are a specialist, what are the odds of landing on 6, we're going to say 6 things that represent, let's say 90% of things that are like the aspects of 90% of things that are important in a pool of infinity? I actually don't know. But let me tell you, let's flip the script. If you started at as a generalist, which I'm going to tell you, the hot take is we all start as generalists because we're kids once. And you can't specialize in something with no prior knowledge. So we were all generalists before. What does school do? School try to increase the odds of number of things early. And then from those things, you specialize. Now you're thinking, well, yeah, well, that seems reasonable. It's like, that's when we were kids. Yes, but what can we learn from this? You can do this as an adult. Midlife crisis. I don't know. Broken relationship. These are I know these are deep cuts. I'm sorry. Because we've been talking about this stuff a lot. you can still enter a period of generalization, which is a form of discovery. It's a phase of discovery. And then of that, you can begin to specialize again. So you can go through phases. And yes, it can be hard because when you specialize, it's hard to transition back to generalization. Absolutely. Because a lot of times, you either become acclimated to whatever you're good at. Like, who wants to restart their career? If you're asking me, I spent 14 years becoming a scientist, and you're asking me to make yourself happy, you need to give up those 14 years of specialization and begin discovering yourself again to be happy. What would be your response? That's a rhetorical response. I mean, statement. Everyone has their priorities, you know, everyone differs. But often, it comes with exploration. And when someone comes up and has a really fervent mindset, it comes from specialization because they're projecting. So, how much conversations, you know, when someone tells me something and I say, yes, we don't collect enough information from each other, right? We just met, but here's the thing. Who's learning more? Who's learning more about each other? And we all get to the same place. You know, we will get to the same place if we willed it, right? You can get to the finish line. Everyone's gonna go at their own pace, you know? Like, they're gonna cross the finish line at some point. We'll become agreeable to each other at some point. But the thing is, phrases and words like mundane, wasteful. Oh my gosh, I misspelled waste. No one look? No one look? Oh no. Okay. Wasteful. Insignificant. Insignificant. Yes. This is our value system. We are projecting our value system. And it can be, ironically, extremely important to pay attention to these things. I was looking, but I didn't see them. I say, oh, I'm sorry, Silver. I forgot you're in the UK. But mundane, these little concepts, these concepts will reveal where you are in your life, like, or how you feel in your life. And for me, it's worth it. Like, when someone says that, I am hyper attentive about these things. And no, I'm not trying to be argumentative in a way. Even if you're not something, right? If you're not this, if you're not the left and you're not the right, but right now you're feeling more spicy and you're on the right, knowing about the other side, knowing about what you're losing or what you're gaining when you're moving the slider can better guide you in, yo, you know what? I could use this to inform myself. It's not something you say, I will reject this because it's universally undesirable. It's just more information that you can utilize to your benefit. A prominent figure, and Coffers kind of got a lot of this from me when I was trying to encourage, try to be a little encouraging, but not use my own words, because if I keep using my own words, it's creating a false sense of faith. I do not, as a person who is one of billions of people with insights and anecdotes, if I find myself constantly being the only source of information, I become ambivalent, extremely cautious, right? So another person would say, hey, if you find yourself having a feedback of disagreeability, the challenge here is not to get better at being in disagreeability. The challenge here is to discover and learn agreeability. Now, what does this do? Well, it gives you a tool that you can choose to use. Not that you are going to use, or I mean, it could end up being a tool you integrate into yourself. But if you are disagreeable and you have not challenged yourself, you just de facto don't have the tool at all. Like, it's just not there. I mean, if the obstacle comes up that requires this tool, you will never know. And you know what? It would be fine, because a disagreeable person will be able to protect themselves and convince themselves that, if I didn't know how to solve it, it means I didn't think it was important in the first place, right? Fair enough. That's a projection of self. It's the projection of your own values. That's fantastic. What does that usually lead to? Less friends. Hopefully a comfortable solitary life, or solitary-ish, or an increase in solitary life. These things are likely to very statistically happen, but knowing them empowers you to think, do I have enough friends? I kind of want more friends. So how do I do that? Well, I spent most of my life being disagreeable, and I don't care to be agreeable. But you know, increasing your a little bit more friends, maybe I'll just look and observe someone who's agreeable. I could use it temporarily, garner some friends, and those friends themselves are also dynamic. So when you're bouncing between the balance, your friends are too. So while it might seem like you can hammer someone's like, oh, this person definitely going to have a negative experience, that type of perspective is telling me that this person is very honest, disagreeable, probably have high standards. That's great. Having high standards appropriate for friends, like you want specific friends that meet your needs, but also extremely selective. Like high standards lead to selectivity. All that can be inferred from distinguishing between people who are worth your time and not worth your time. And I can totally appreciate that, because I have been disagreeable, but I also choose to be agreeable as well. So to inform myself, I simply have I will continuously utilize my tools, but I am inherently a generalist. So I collect tools. Oh, that sounds kind of weird. I collect skill sets, and those skill sets allow me the opportunity to choose what I specialize in. So, why was I playing Osu, for example? Because Sun loves Osu. How do I resonate with this person more? Well, play more Osu. I didn't choose outright to find value in Osu. The value of Osu found me. A specialist would not have that opportunity. They would close the door before it was even open. So a lot of times in my opinion, if you are looking for a change, I'm not saying if you're extremely happy, the first question you ask is, are you happy? Do you know that the things you do will result or associate with these things? If the answer is a resounding yes, everything's great. It's wonderful. But when someone is suffering or someone has showing displeasure that can come from diction, perspective, and the way they approach arguments, that can be very revealing to their state of mind right now. And when there's an inkling of negative bias or exclusion or the feeling of loneliness, like solitary friends, not clicking, negativity, why bother, like a lot of things that continuously show disagreeability, that means it's someone who has settled and refined and know what they want and good at, but they're showing it as a negative bent. So there's a negative bent to it. So what is the concern? I hope that this person is happy, right? Like a happy person doesn't necessarily just involuntarily choose to continuously associate negative connotation by habit. And what is unfortunate about that is the more disagreeable the negative connotation is, the likelihood that this person may not be encouraged to seek generalizing themselves again, to open themselves up to other opportunities. So these are not professional advice in a capacity that would be taken as life-changing or anything. These things are just applying logical observations and then appealing to the person's logic and their well-being. So it's not you have to identify as something. You are a fluid person. Oh man, I don't think I should have used that word. You are a dynamic person that can command different skills and different perspective. And those skills, the bigger that variety of skill sets, can make you more adaptive. And you tend to generally, with the lack of a better word, have the ability to specialize again. So how do you change if you are disagreeable and still suffering? You can't continue to be better disagreeable and a prominent figure. I had talked about this figure a couple more times, and two other figures that I mentioned on glancing. How do you get out, or how do you break the loop, right? The loop that keeps you in. If you're in a closed loop, which is typically a specialist, like you have specialized, you have chosen, and well, one way to break the loop is you introduce something into it, either by contact, so people, right? So this people can make you go into a different loop, which goes back. But then you won't have to go through like this segment again, right? So then your loop will just be bigger. I lost my train of thought. Oh no. What did the guy specifically say? There was a quote or a lecture quote that I was gonna say that involves this, and now it's gone. Well, that's what happens when your mind wanders. But one of the outliers, the source. Oh, when you're depressed, and I'm not talking about this from a clinical standpoint. I'm just talking about when you're overall feeling bad, right? When you're overall feeling bad, one of the hallmarks, really reliable strategy, often, is getting involved in using your projection. Sometimes projection is useful. So if this is all you can do, all you can muster is to project. Getting involved in another person creates opportunities. Because you involve that person in your loop. So what you do is you deviate away from your closed loop because you're still behaving the way you want to behave, involved, like your skills, right? Your awesome skills. What is that? Coaching? Sure. If it's a skill, coachable. Teaching? Throwing money at? Sorry, that's a terrible phrase. Philanthropy is what I would use. Philanthropy. What happens is your lowest barrier, the lowest barrier is what you're specialized in. The easiest thing you can possibly think of doing for someone else is to use your specialized skill. And what you do is low barrier, heck, cool. And you basically involved yourself. And then just this mere exposure of people, for better or for worse, it could be an entirely negative, like absolutely these people, it would be an absolute negative experience. That is still an experience different from your loop. So even if it's the worst experience, or I knew it, I knew this was be scummy, like people took advantage of my health and stuff, all that stuff, it breaks from your loop. You might think, okay, well, it's a negative experience, but guess what? You discovered how much you're worth. If it's a negative experience, like someone saying, oh, they didn't learn anything, even though I learned anything, it's like, I knew it. So what does that do? That imparts confidence to yourself as a specialist. Anything that happens is something that's outside your environment. And it in itself will at minimally shape something you aren't already doing yourself. And that is the goal, in my opinion. So if you feel like you're stuck in a loop and you're just really good at something, involve a wild card. And the wild card, I mean, it doesn't have to be people, but generally speaking, people offer the most opportunities. You could choose like a different game that's like barely stretching out of your loop. Like most kids these days, right? Like their loop would be like this. And then to break out of the loop, they just like a little bit and then come back. And it'd be like a different game. Right? Maybe something bigger would be like a different skill, etc. So, but people are the most dynamic. And to quote a prominent figure, the most reliable way to break yourself out of the depressing loop, especially for disagreeable people or people who have something they believe to offer, is to help someone else. Get involved in someone else. And just the sheer nature of either telling yourself you have something to offer to be introduced in your loop, learning from that person because you helped that person, becoming friends with that person because you're helping that person, most of the things, or you hate that person, you become an enemy to that person, all of that breaks from your loop. It tells you something about yourself. Hey, this person negatively impacted me. It's like, well, at least I know what negatively impacted me next time. It's like, I've learned something about myself. Let's go again. It's like, well, this was less negative, but did I do the same thing this time? So there is one caveat to this. You have to be actively breaking out of your loop. So one of the things that I often emphasize is the difference between passive and active participation. And often specialists those who are really, really good at what they do, they're passively participating, not actively. As in, they really just don't care. It's just low priority. It doesn't really matter. I know the right answer. Don't care. Well, here's a challenge to you. If you don't care because you think it's wrong, prove to yourself, take up the challenge, prove to yourself why the others think it's right. I mean, you're a specialist, right? You're a specialist. You should have all the answers. You to challenge yourself, if you always have the answers, how can you get better as a specialist? If you're someone who is constantly striving to be better, and you can't afford to challenge yourself to the possibility that you're wrong, that sounds like an oxymoron to me, or that sounds counterintuitive to me. So take up the challenge, frame it in a way that will get you out of your loop. And I hope, and you hope, if you're in a bad place and you're just feeling like you're spinning the wheels, any of this, negative, positive, even no change, as a mindset dealing with just breaking away from what you specialize in. What I'm describing is something that's mirrored by very successful psychologists and psychiatrists. And obviously, I'm not offering this as professional advice, just a food for thought. And then if this is something that is really relevant to you, or something that's dire, it's often encouraged to see a professional. And in that regards, seeing a therapist, that whole idea of being negative and positive, when you hear some of these psychologists speak being disagreeable, you'll be like, no, there's no way these are therapists. But they professionally compartmentalize how they can help someone by being compassionate, by being a generalist. But when they speak, they know with confidence what the things that work and things that don't work for the time being. But at the same time, when you see them deliver their seminars, they leave an openness of potential alternatives. But it's generally for now, at the moment, what we know for now, what is currently working, what is currently more efficient than what I'm doing before. Those are the things. To a specialist, it might be, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And most of the time for me, I can't stand still. I want more. I'm always aiming for more efficiency. And you might be thinking, oh my gosh, Joshing. Break the loop, Josh, break the loop. Honestly, a professional is the GOAT. So more efficiency, but you might be thinking, oh, but specialists do this all the time. Right? Specialists do this all the time. They look for efficiency. But I'll appeal to the specialist's logic. Is it more efficient to put in an astronomical amount of time to get a tiny improvement in the thing you desire to master? Or is it to proportionally put in an amount of time for an improvement in an unrelated skill? So what I mean is, the generalist sees it as being more efficient too. Like, we're not in disagreement. Humans, when you're on the general, like you're more generalizing or more specializing, your goal and your intent is still ultimately overlapping. And that is the bridge. A human being teeters between the balance of specialism, specializing and generalizing, and they both are aiming for an overall perception of more efficiency. The one side, that's a double standard, but we're talking about double standards within a human being. A human being is capable of all this. They have the potential to switch on and off, decide the balance of this. So you are a dynamic person. You don't have to choose to live a specific style, right? But in a specialist, there is a double standard here. The specialist would be less adherent to alternatives. It's not treated equal in this case. So being aware of the G versus the S. What are things that are double standards? More ideas. You cannot change these fundamentals. Less ideas. Okay. The mastery. Mediocrity. These are inherent. So being aware of things that are double standards between these two, you can command them. Hey, I'm a specialist, but man, I really need more ideas. What can I do? Well, let's take the properties and the approaches. Let's go seek someone who's always brimming with ideas, who just isn't that great at something they're doing right now. What are they doing to be okay with not so great ideas, but how are they integrating new ideas? So you can learn by appreciating where you are specifically at the moment, and then you can command dynamically, because I don't have to tell you, if you identify as something and you adhere to it, like what we talked about even earlier, the typing, right? Typing system, personality typing system. It's a great place to start to know what you have now. Where are you now? But it is an equally powerful tool to tell you what, not what you can't be, what you could also be. You don't have to, a lot of times when people use these typing systems, like the personality typing systems, like, oh yeah, yep, I'm definitely introverted. That's not the typing system that the person that was referring to, but say introversion. It's like, yes, we have to be aware of the intrinsic stuff. So in versus extra, right? There are some intrinsic things that won't change, right? Things that won't change. Like, for example, people. Exhausting. People. Invigorating. Yeah, so yeah, sure. Great. That's awesome. That's one of the, like, the, I'm gonna ascribe it to maybe a combination of neurochemical signaling, personalities, and nurturing conditional, all the amalgam stuff, the hand wavy stuff that's still a black box. But people is exhausting in introversion, and people are invigorating to extroversion people. Does that stop? That doesn't stop the upper functions. So here's what I mean. You can, yes, you can combat this, but you can still learn the extroverted skill sets. Unless you're telling me that you're... I can't say this with true seriousness, because I don't want people to believe this. When someone is hurting and they're stuck in a loop, has to take this lightly. It's very probable that an individual can acquire fundamentally intrinsically conflicting skill sets. You can acquire, an introverted person can acquire skill sets. They can moonlight and compromise in extroverted skill sets. What do you need those skill sets for? But you're not, who knows? You don't know. But guess what? How successful is a person who can do two fundamental skill sets versus one person? Well, the other person is going to fail where the second skill set is avoided, right? Yes, there's some tolerance. You need to grab some tolerance, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. And extroverted people can learn from introverted people. So now we're going back to your friends or the people you associate with, your colleagues or your coworkers. I have very different friends, but the core friend that I described earlier today, that friend, see, I have friends, right? But they're very few in between. But this idea, let's get rid of this best friend idea and use the word, I have appropriate friends. Okay? Appropriate friends. And what I mean is, I understand myself and my capacity enough that the friends I choose have a mix of challenges and I'm using different words. Most people would say similarities and disagreements, or like differences and similarities, but I'm gonna switch the wording a little bit. I have appropriate friends that have a mix of challenges and resonance. I know this sounds fancy, but it really isn't. So the friends that I describe that have resonance is, the thinking process. Same thinking process. Absolutely. What does that do? That takes away from the challenge. Right? Right. So what do I gain from the ease? Of course. It's easy. You have easy friends. It's like, hey, you know what I'm thinking? Yeah, I know you know what I'm thinking. It's fine. Like we're good. But if you ask that friend who's resonating with you to be earnest about it, how dynamic is your friendship? Well, your friendship is probably predominantly, which ironically I don't do very much, is based on shared experiences. Shared XP. Okay? So shared XP. Wonderful. But now, as a generalist, I guess, I would say, as a generalist, I'm more likely to have friends that challenge me. What does that do? Well, there's low in resonance, right? There's definitely low in resonance. But what does challenge do? More dynamics. You're more likely to have new experiences. Not shared, by the way. Not like basal level similar shared experiences. You receive new experiences. So when I say best friends, and people talk about best friends as in there are better friends than other friends and so on, that's really devaluing other human connection. We have appropriate friends, appropriate for situations, appropriate for parts of us, inappropriate for parts of us, but that is the summation of knowing someone. Unless you clone yourself somehow, you certainly aren't going to be expecting to somehow value one human being over another human being who you consider friends. They come with their entire package, right? The entire package. And now we go back to relationships. It's the entire package. Yeah. So when you get stuck in a specialist mindset, you start to pick what a friend is. You start to pick passions, desires before the option is presented. So this can be wonderful. This can work really, really well if you know yourself. Right? Efficient. Super efficient. You know yourself really well. But here's the deal. Are you happy? If you aren't, how can you conclude that you know yourself? Like, it just... I would love to hear where that logic is, right? If you are content, you know yourself very well, and you pick what kind of friends you want, you pick your passions, your likes before, and you're telling me you're not happy. How could you say you know yourself well enough to continue being that kind of person? You can always go back to it. It's an option. You're a dynamic person. Like, it sucks to give up certain things. It sucks to restart. I can tell you, in my opinion, when you do it once and you do it again, it's just another it's a skill you can do. You can switch it on and off. Play Osu 30 days doing the same exact thing, and then tomorrow I'm just gonna stop doing that. Okay? Fair enough? Hey Lifeboat, it's been a while. I hope everything's good on your end. I was just having a deep digression on this concept of disagreeability and agreeability with the context of specialization and generalization. So yeah, here's the challenge, right? The challenge. Are you a specialist? Or a generalist right now? Right? And if you're a specialist, you're probably in a loop. If you're a generalist, you're probably doing something like this. You're kind of trying to get close to a loop, but not yet. So you're just not quite sure. Like, great. So you have to successfully identify where you are. But the most important question is, are you happy? Right? So it's a little bit less. Okay, here's a double standard. It's generally a little bit less. There are fewer generalists than specialists that are unhappy. But there are unhappy generalists. I've been focusing on the specialist break because most of the audience tends to be specialists at this point, especially the internet generation, because they specialize really early. What is the unhappy form of a generalist? Lack of identity. That's one of the biggest concerns. And that leads to they don't know. They don't know if they're unhappy. So if you're curious, what are the different telltale signs of someone who maybe is in this stage, like aggressively in this stage, is that they don't know what they want. If you're asking yourself, yeah, you know, I have no idea, like, this person loves this thing. Maybe I like this thing too. This person seems really happy. I should try that thing. That makes people happy. Or oh man, this guy's doing something kind of like me. I could be like that. I mean, that's generalist. So if you're in a stage, and the challenge The overall challenge is seek the other thing. What I mean by seek the other thing is temporarily go and explore someone, study them, or ask them, or the internet, you can people watch all you want. So so once you get a gauge of where you are, you can look for someone who's appropriately that. Gain some inspiration. You could literally engage in another person who does that and see if they can inspire you. This might sound opportunistic because it is. One is inherently opportunistic if they want to better themselves, if they want to improve themselves. Self-improvement is inwardly looking, or self-correction or trying to break a mold is yourself. So you have to look for people you can use in any way. Surround yourself with the biggest opportunities. That involves involving yourself with someone who doesn't even know they have the solution by existing. So that's the exploration. If you're a specialist, you have to seek someone who's more or less generalized in their stages, and you might be able to find inspiration. And then later you can just choose to specialize in. So you wanted to explore a specialist, it would be Sun. I mean, that's what I'm doing, right? All right. I know Sun and Coffers, we talk about this all the time, and they're pretty comfortable. I mean, Coffers and Sun are very different, right? So they're very different in their stage, but they offer challenges to me. Every day when I'm thinking about something, like we're different in stages. We're different ages, right? Different ages, inherently, culturally different, right? These things already speak volumes. So they offer challenges to me. Freaking Josh, your dimension. These offer challenges to me, and it's very meaningful. So this idea of challenges produce value in what I do, in what I say or do. In fact, the stuff I'm talking about now, all this stuff, it like about specializing and generalizing, that's me finally thinking that I should formalize most of the things I've been saying, because I do see I could turn this into something a little bit more official. So I could formalize, and it wouldn't be because I'm discovering something new. Like, this isn't new. For the record, this has very lack of novelty. It's a summation of what is so far the most elegant way of helping. That's all that is. So in the end, it can't ever supplant a professional who spends day in and day out addressing these concerns. It can be a way, a stepping stone to help you describe things to someone else. Possibly, I wouldn't go as far as warping it so that you're attempting to challenge the professional, right? The therapist, if you have a therapist, they will be most likely the gold standard. But you could it could serve as an elegant platform to either enhance the experience and communication between you and your therapist. Because the therapists themselves, for example, if I was a licensed therapist, those challenges help educate me in how to better help the patient, right? So if my patient illustrates that, oh yeah, they keep referring to this influencer, Like, I wonder what this influencers are. So for me, as someone who's hired to help someone, I would have to educate myself in what the context of that influencer is. That might not be the most working strategy. However, if you truly want to select for a therapist that's in your state of mind, they have to live your state of mind as well. We have to address an assumption we're making about what I just said. It assumes that you have choice in your therapist. It also assumes that you have the privilege to have access to multiple therapists. If it's the only therapist that's accessible to you, being selective with the singular choice is what happens to a specialist who think they have a better appreciation overall for many things. They don't. Because you're limited by your experience and your perspective. So hopefully, if that's not the case, you can work it out, right? So I don't know any professional therapists. It would be kind of cool to ask or interview specific therapists. And I hope I wanted to say hi to Story. Story said hi a bit ago, and I didn't know if I said hi in the middle of my meandering. But yes, just wanted to say hi before I digress further. Would you have time to go research topics for patients as a therapist? So here's the thing. Me, I'm not a licensed therapist, but I used to be a working professional. And what I do, time management, right? So here's the question. How many patients does this therapist have? You can probably ask them, because this would be a selection criteria for the patient. Like, if I was a patient, I would kind of want to know how much time is diverted in the therapist. But the therapist has control over this. If you know what I mean. So when you ask, would you have time to go research topics on a patient? Well, you have to ask yourself, does your therapist care enough to make time for the number of patients they have? Time management is a host created by people who live 28 days. Fair enough, fair enough. But professionally speaking, right? I wouldn't take on more than I don't have time to. They can even reject you, right? A therapist can reject a patient. Or, in not necessarily this word, defer is the word that I would use. They can defer a patient because maybe they have too many patients or not enough time. You see? So, before you assume or imply that it's a luxury, we have to consult what is in control. Who is controlling the time investment? It's the therapist. The therapist is one. With this said, it is very much possible that the patient doesn't feel that the therapist makes enough time for them. This is a two-way street. So the downside is it's a double standard because the patient is in need of help, not the therapist. So it can be rough. It's a lose-lose situation when you find out that your therapist doesn't dedicate adequate enough time or has a loose grasp of how they're managing their patient time. So that is very fair. And, you know, remember, there's pressure, like money, I guess. We'll just write that out right now because money, you know, the pragmatic demands, I don't know, pragmatic demands. We'll just rule those out right now. So they're being pressured, right? A therapist is, reputation. Reputation, I don't know if that's pragmatic. I think reputation is more of a subjective thing, so we'll remove that from pragmatic demands. Reputation. So often, that's why when when people think about professionalism, they try to pick people who has something to lose in their reputation. That obligates them. That's largely the incentive to defer a patient. You defer a patient knowing that your reputation might be at risk because you might be overreaching. That doesn't stop sometimes from professionals from overestimating or overreaching their expertise. For myself, if you're asking me specifically in a hypothetical situation that I'm a therapist, I wouldn't take a job I can't complete. Or not complete, but I wouldn't take a position in which I'm inept, right? I wouldn't put myself deliberately at a disadvantage. So if I know with any shred of a doubt that I'm incapable of managing this patient, I prefer to defer than to take on a responsibility. I mean, even if I can barely manage, I would probably refrain from doing that at the cost of preservation of my reputation. Reputation is inconsolably recoverable. Reputation is so hard to recover from that it would offset generally most pragmatic and monetary demands. There are extenuating circumstances, like you can ask yourself, how much is your reputation worth? Right? But as a professional, you're talking about a licensed therapist. It's not like a content creator. The perception of reputation and the net weight of that reputation is proportional to the time it takes to become that, or the investment in that. If it's easy come, then that value might be lower. That pragmatic demands are a little bit more attractive. If it's a very long time, like a clinician or a therapist, that's like decade plus of investment. Would you risk that for a single patient? It might sound cold, but the answer is no. And not that it's cold in the sense like, oh yeah, they're not going to try. It's going to be a lose-lose situation if a therapist says they can help a patient and they can't. There will only be losers. Losers are in that scenario. A lot of times when you hear this, like, oh yeah, they wouldn't sacrifice their reputation to help someone who trusted and approached them. It's not comparing who's winning more and who's losing more. Like, it's not a win-lose situation. You legitimately have a lose-lose situation. So a lot of times the counter argument is, oh man, this therapist is a big shot. They just want to only take patients that they can easily solve to prop their reputation. It's like, well, yeah, heck yeah, for sure. Because if they take patients they can only help and solve, they help those patients consistently. It's true sometimes that they pick reputation, like boost their reputation, but they are still helping people. So you want a therapist to take a risk at not helping a patient to prove yourself righteous. That argument happens a lot. The righteous, moral high ground arguments, when all it really does is, and that's kind of a bit of a tangent that I say a lot. Yes, I get it. I get social justice, right? Social justice and moral grandstanding. I can't spell morals. I keep adding an E. Moral grandstanding. Yes, there are some pragmatism. There's some places where you would use these, right? For sure. Definitely. I get it. I get it. Social justice, moral grandstanding. There are places they motivate and encourage us to be better, the human race to be better. But if I was forced to be correct for these reasons at the expense of someone else, for me as a therapist or anyone onlooking, I prefer to be wrong. That's just it. I don't even care. Like I don't care if I'm right or wrong. If I am right and it causes the expense of someone else, that's like an oxymoron. Like you're someone who's standing for social justice and moral grandstanding, and you just threw someone under a bus just to prove that you're right. Great. Absolutely wonderful. Besides that, I get it. You know, there are places for social justice and moral standing. For sure. I get it. It's just a lot of times in these types of situations, especially when it comes to concerning people with their intent of helping others, often social justice and moral grandstanding is reinforcing a lose-lose situation. You get to feel great that you are right, but you threw someone under the bus only to prove you're not morally biased. I mean, you're not morally justified. It happens day in and day out on lighter terms. Like, we're talking about something really serious, like a super serious topic that I care about. So often I have to make a disclaimer. I'm not the biggest on social justice and moral standing because I concern myself with typically serious topics, like topics that can end people's lives or change people's lives. That's what I think about in this grand scheme of things. But when I go to other people's conversations, you know, sit there and observe and whatnot, you hear this a lot. Most of the time, social justice, moral grandstanding tend to involve in a situation, an example where the person you're looking out for, the person you're trying to educate and prove a point, you only hurt them in the process. So you yourself are guilty of violating social justice and moral grandstanding. You are no longer in the moral high ground by wanting to make an example of the person just to prove a point. There's another thing that's okay. There's another thing that's a little bit more that people participate in that is somewhat a little bit more successful. It's called righteous indignation. This is when, say, someone doubt you and you are motivated by that doubt. This is plastered all over YouTube shorts. When you have Cinderella stories, montage of people changing their lives, it starts with righteous indignation. Basically, someone doubted you or criticized you, and it's fuel, right? Motivate/fuel, and you prove them wrong. But the difference between what I just said and this is that this is you. Just you, inwardly looking. So, yeah, sure, go right ahead. I can see some counter arguments. I'm not going to go over them because that's going to be a huge digression, but there are counter arguments. Being this makes you a specialist. But the problem about this type of specialist is that you let someone dictate your specialty. How is that dangerous? I'm just gonna give you hot takes. How is that dangerous? Well, you don't know if you're happy because you proved these prove your critics wrong, or you're happy about yourself. And if you're thinking, well, of course you're gonna be happy with yourself, you're correct. It's like, well, try telling that to all the influencers that got burned out. I know that's a deep cut, but that righteous indignation, there are dangers. You can be, the doubt and the criticism is often the source of motivation and fuel for many content creators, in fact, and that content creation ended up defining them. And then when they define them, they struggle to generalize later. So they take off, right? Viral, you know, everything's like, yeah, they're fuel. Then they made it to the goal. It's like, whoa. So guess I'm happy? I don't know what else I'm gonna do now, though. What am I gonna do? I spent my whole life trying to prove people wrong, and now I don't have any more fuel. This is generally talking about individuals who haven't gone through a phase of self-discovery yet. We're talking about people who coincidentally became viral, as a consequence, and it's often younger, going into an older age, and they typically didn't socialize that with themselves yet. I know that sounds weird, but haven't gone through a period of experimentation, a period where you can define an identity that isn't motivated by others, by this urge to prove people wrong. I was told very early in my life that I was wrong. Like, when I mean wrong, I had the opposite extreme issue that turned out not to be an issue in the end. I grew up being told that I'm different, so no one's gonna like me. Like, no one can relate to me. But then I eventually hit a point where the trend changed. Not only people liked me for being different, as opposed to like me for being hate me for being different. So call it serendipity or coincidence, but the changing times favored me, right? So so that was around like right near the end of high school to college. Oh, this is even before streaming. Now I do everything I know that doesn't benefit a streamer opportunistically. It doesn't change my dissatisfaction. It doesn't change my dissatisfaction because I'm aware of what I'm doing. And that's the greatest... That's what you owe yourself, in my opinion. If I had to say something, if you want to have a conversation with yourself, you have to ask yourself, do you know what's happening with yourself? Do things make sense? If it's no, break the loop and find someone who can prove you otherwise, right? Like, what I mean is by observing or exposing or something, the challenge is to derive some sort of direction. A loop is not a direction. So the reason why I'm using a loop is I'm taking inspiration from someone. The loop, this is a lack of direction. That's generally why it's visualized like a loop. If you think you're in a loop, the way out is trying to bend this loop to include the possibility of a divergence, right? And people are the divergence. And if I am unhappy with my whatever arrangement I have here, I don't even know what I even call this, a monologue segment, right? This all, by the way, this is all leaped from my 24th day of Osu practice. All this started with my 24th day. Well, technically, it started with Parenthood and my digression on my thoughts on Parenthood with Silver, and then it digressed it even more. So I don't know how I'm gonna cut today's session, but this has been on my mind for a really long time because there isn't a single stream or channel that I've seen that wouldn't make me think about these things. And now my entire YouTube log and feed is pounding my face with things that I'm surprised aren't reaching other people. Which is basically, those are the professionals. Those are the people who legitimately practice these things. And it was wonderful listening to them. Because for the longest time I've been watching cute dog videos and stuff. But it's been a while since I've digested and consumed like touring psychologists. One's a professional neuroscience, right? So that's the idea. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I could put a Discord place for some of the stuff that might seem like they could inspire or muse things. I am trying to think of how I'm going to do this. I think it's like a 2023 mission kind of thing where maybe it's very disheartening seeing people do this. This is really disheartening. However, there's one thing I lack. And we talked about this for like 3 hours. I'm agreeable. I favor being general, right? Whoa, stylus. But the individuals that generally make an impact, and there's no way they would not disagree. There would no way they would absolutely agree with what I'm about to say. They are disagreeable people. And what I mean by this is they are more towards disagreeability than agreeability. This leads to leadership. Like proactive stuff. So I'm not that. I'm more this way. And this way. I'm the what would they call it? This guy would say these are the monsters. And I'm the prey. Not when you roast me. Not the NPC. I'm the support. This guy's the tank. Not an NPC. I'm the support. But the thing is, supports lack direction. The tank has direction. It's the leader. Right? The tanks might not, be taking care of business per se, but what they do is they enable DPS. These are the workers. The DPS is the workers, are the workers. But the tank enables the worker. The tank reduces the load of the support. Right? So the tank is the spearhead. So the people that are on my algorithm, the influencers, the experts that are on tour, the seminars that I watch, they're the tanks. They're the leaders. And they have a trickle-down effect on all the others. I'm the support. If I run something head-on, I am going to collapse and get slapped into the ground. And I also don't particularly prescribe to working hard I'm not a hard worker. In contrast to what some people might say, I'm not a hard worker. I don't ever think I'm working hard enough. You know? Like I get this comment recently quite a bit. It's like, wow, it's very admirable that you would bootstrap something, even though, you know, it looks like it's meaningless, it's worthless. Like, you have a lot of, you know, a lot of motivation. I'm like, I don't see it as a worthless task. I'm actually doing something very rudimentary and getting a lot of value out of it. Like what you're doing, playing speed maps in Osu, that looks like hard work. Perspective. But fundamentally, it's not hard. Than how other people are gathering value from Osu. What Sun does is hard work. Does it give him more value than me? Oof. That would be a tough question. That would be a very tough question. Am I getting more from not even playing Osu maps? You might be thinking, nah, Sun's got the PP. And I'm like, yeah, but my life is not confined to Osu. If you know what I mean. So personally, I hope Sun is getting more value than me. That would mean he would be extremely happy. Like, he would be happier than me if he's getting more value from Osu alone. Do you know how crazy illogical that is, or how astronomically unfathomable if it were true that Sun is happier than me, deriving from a single source? The probability of that is so small, it can still be true, Joshing. Absolutely. It can still be true. But the likelihood of that is so small that I would not sit back and just encourage him to think that that would be able to fill everything. Like, fill all his requirements. You know? So it's a very unsafe assumption. A person's life is extremely dynamic, and it will go through stages. It'll go through so many things unexpected. Putting all your eggs in one basket is going to imp you for the rest of your life. Imagine deriving happiness from games. Can't relate. You don't have to derive them from games, though. There are a lot of sources of happiness. Joshing. Or at least, it's hard to... Okay, what I just said made it sound really simple. It's not. When you're in a dark place, it's not going to feel that way. It is absolutely not going to seem like there are other avenues of happiness. Now, here's a catch that may be a little bit more receptive. It's going to suck to find happiness. But happiness can come from the sucking. Oh, well, wow. Whoa, okay. Those were not... those are not the worst. What I mean... what I'm saying is, you can find happiness from doing things. It might not be a source of happiness when it starts, but it can become a source of happiness. To get out of a loop, to get out of a funk, the thing you least want to do is to break that loop, because it's the most consistent thing you have. But that loop, breaking out of it is going to be is one of the most undesirable things you want to do right now. But that thing can be your source of happiness. Like that. If you think about the logic, that is the only way at the moment, pragmatically speaking, that will lead to an alternative source of happiness. If you're in a loop and you're trapped in a loop that doesn't have a source of happiness, pragmatically speaking, the only source of happiness you can actually achieve is outside the loop. There's an alternative. You know, you got to challenge your own perceptions. And my perception is, I want you to think that, but there is one other. You can get lucky. Just serendipitously lucky. That you just walk into your happiness. Yes, that is possible. While you wait for that or look for that, how about setting yourself up for that to happen, you know? The idea to breaking the loop is just to maximize your opportunities. You know, if you maximize your exposure, luck has a way of possibly, I don't know, smacking the side of your face. And you know what? Let's make this slightly more realistic. There are times when people make themselves available and luck slaps them in the face and they reject it. That can happen. Luck looks like many different things. So I don't want to say if you get lucky, you'll seize it. You want to make yourself also open to receiving luck. You have to make yourself open to receiving opportunities, right? If you're closed off, it doesn't matter how lucky you get, you're already closed off to that. So who knows, Josh? Your mindset, you probably had a couple of lucky breaks. It's hard to know. So as long as you remain closed up, you can't possibly even receive things that people want to give you. The mindset has to be there as well, and it's difficult. You just said the word suck like 5. I know, no, but calm down, Josh. But the idea is set yourself up for opportunities, right? And then be open to receiving it. Maximize opportunities. People have the max opportunities. This is the wild card. People. Sometimes you can choose things, I guess. Things. What are interesting things that you can... But talking to people, you don't have to talk to people. You can watch people. People. Observe. If talking to people is too much, observe. You know? There's no shortage of people you can observe. It's so hard to not talk to people when observing them. Josh, that sounds like a you problem. No, I'm just kidding. The entire chat is orange because of me. Well, I mean, Fictitious is orange, by the way. Diagnose skill issue. No, you... Here's the perspective, right? You say it's very difficult to observe and not talk to them. Observe more. Talk a little less. Over time. You gotta start somewhere. Start with your natural tendency. Take little steps down. It lowers the barrier. You can grade, you know, you can grade it down, grade it up and down. You're not gonna miss out on not being able to talk and observe. No, lowering barriers is for noobs. How do I counter argue that? My only retort to that is ask Sun about getting good at Osu. You know what I'm talking about. Lowering barriers is for noobs. What do you think this is? Oh, wait. I have an ad hominem counter argument for you. If you think lower barriers is for noobs, No, I lost my train of thought. Lowering barriers is for noobs. Yeah, I was gonna go with an ad hominem argument. I was gonna attack your character. No, I wasn't gonna attack your character. I was gonna appeal to your logic. Generally speaking, if I can't appeal, I appeal to someone's logic, basically. The idea is, if it seems like the person's internalizing, right? Internalizing, like, oh, it's an aspect of them. It's their opinion. It's the principle of the fact. Then I would attempt to appeal to that person's maybe pride or logic to allow them to figure out if there's something that's redeemable. But I don't know about that lowering barriers is for noobs deal. That's a tough one. I don't got anything at the moment. Call it an experience. Although I do challenge you and say that you probably know exactly what I mean. But since you're not a noob, right? You're definitely not a noob. You would most definitely put in more effort. Right? You're clearly not a noob, but just put in more effort. Don't even bother lowering the barrier. Just observe without talking. It's not just observe. You're clearly an expert and good at it. So why don't you just observe? Tape your mouth shut. That's not how that works. But tape your, I don't know. Pull out your keyboard. Hey, you know? And if you say no because you're a noob, then lower your barriers. Just saying. Well, which is it? Which is it? What do you want? Are you a noob or not a noob? How do you do? If you're saying you're neither, can you say you're neither? You're neither a noob nor not a... No, you can't. Good, because I could have put myself in a trap. I could have said if you're good or a noob, and then you could say neither. You could be neither good or a noob. But I'm saying if you're not a noob, observe, right? Just pull out your keyboard or something. If you are a noob, lower the barrier. What makes you feel like it matters if lowering barrier is a noob? Among all things in balance, intermediate, we don't have... No. I don't even know what that is. I'm not... No. This isn't about balance. Gosh. This isn't about balance. We're not talking on a spectrum here. We're not saying noob and not noob like this. We're not talking this way. Unless that's what you want. If you I'm gonna tell you, I'm leading you somewhere. So if you think, is this what you're saying? Because This might put you in a tough spot. It'll make it easier to start and blah blah blah. I'm not talking anymore. All right. Fine, fine. So what? Do you want someone to throw you in the ocean and hope you swim? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're getting at. You don't have to lower the barrier. Stop asking me questions. I'm trying to observe. And yes. Oh. If I had to be something like, okay, so instead of lowering the barrier, what I can tell you is you're making excuses for yourself. Right? Excuses. You're also deflecting very often. And you choose to double standard. You use double standards to provide conditionals for excusing yourself. Case in point, you're observing. With all this stuff, I mean, there are plenty of places where you could use your skills, I guess, your understanding of yourself, and choose to either refute. You can refute these things, or you can accept these things, or you could redefine them. And before you start going on a defensive thing is, what I'm doing here is I'm just challenging you to prove yourself, or just giving you someone to prove wrong. So you're trying to prove me wrong. To distract you from the loop. That was a good attempt. It's true. I give. Well, you still have to prove that I'm right. It takes effort to prove everything I just said. Right about what? You said you give up? You said it's true. Tell me about it. Tell me how it's true. Don't tell me here, Josh. Like I'm figuratively, you know? Like, call it a fun exercise. Exercise about yourself. This is definitely just, you know, I'm basically, I guess, it seems like you're specifically saying that you want someone to stir the waters instead of coddling you, right? So my goal is, here's my challenge to you. You can refuse, you can accept, you can redefine those terms, but the idea is you go out of your way to do so. I don't know, you have to convince me that your excuses are good. I mean, you have to be good at excuses, right? So come up with a clever excuse. BRB applying job. That sounds good. So if you're gonna apply for a job, Do so. Get that fuel going. You know, get that fuel going. Obviously, this is probably not very effective. You've been trying the entire time. Just no luck. We can we can probably talk about this another time. I don't want to pry into your business. I'm sorry to hear that you've been applying the entire time and haven't. I mean, it goes without saying that I suppose you're doing something. You're refining the process and doing something differently each, like, as you're going. One thing why this isn't effective is you probably already have assumed that I'm not a malicious person, at least, right? So the way I aggressively asserted myself to challenging you would be very ineffective in this situation, because I'm no longer technically a stranger, right? Oh, I'm definitely a malicious person? Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. You get roasted like every stream? Okay. Alright. Every stream, huh? So are you telling me that you got roasted in my last 24 streams? It's a hot take because you weren't here at the last 24 stream. The abuse. The abuse. Well, I hope you get a break at some point, Joshing. I'm very surprised. Oh, you decide to learn finance? Well, that sounds great. Have you done finance before? Sounds like a loop breaker to me. And now I'm lost. I don't know where to get any resources. Oh, about finance? Oof. I'm sorry. I don't know any. Yeah, I'm not familiar with finance or any resources of finance. That's a tough one. You sure you just can't find anything on the internet? Josh, so help me. If you say that's too much effort. Are you telling me you're not worth it? You're not worth the effort? Is that how you feel right now? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. That sounds proactive enough. I'm doubling. Okay, alright. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, that sounds like something's happening, Josh. Josh, real talk. Real talk. Stay consistent, please. I'm the best in the world, my opinion, real. I'm like the best. Here's a Skippy. Joshing. You can believe anything that you want if it gets you towards your goal. But you have to be able to discern if you're getting close to your goal or you're not. You gotta get better at gaslighting yourself. That's a dangerous road, but I think I stand by my comment, my conservative comment, that as long as you can distinguish that you're getting closer to your goal, the process is within your control. Right? So if you gaslight yourself, at the bare minimum, you know, at the bare minimum, you have your inputs. Be it gaslighting, I don't know, excuses, isolation, self-deprecation, output. I would probably say 1 to 2 metrics of like something, whatever it is, you know, that provide direction, right? Direction, goals. That's a great place to start. Figure out all the other candidates and destroy them mentally so I'll get the job. You know, for someone that just said it takes too much effort to prove that my aggressive stance on an evaluation of your current mood, that sounds like a horrendously more effort than simply being the best person in the world and knocking the interview out of the park. I mean, I'm a very agreeable person, but learning about all those other candidates is not a double standard. In this case, I actually applied your own logic. A double standard would be they're different people, Josh. They're not like you. That's a double standard. I'm treating two people differently. In this case, I'm actually treating what you said to apply it. They're just better. But you're the best person in the world. Gotta start believing. I'm taking your words seriously. You were lying? This is a dangerous thing I'm going to say, but sometimes the lie might be the first step. Again, as long as you have the metrics, right? If your output is gated by a direction and a goal, perhaps that's the thing. I hope you get a job like that you like and have some positive feedback. It sounds like you haven't had any positive feedback and direction in your life for some time now. At least for the last month, because that's the last time I saw you. Well, actually, I'm lying. I that's not accurate. I see chats and stuff, so I'm more than well aware. Yeah, hopefully you get some great inspirations. I do have to go today. Now. But yeah, it was a fun conversation. I was gonna play a game called Bear and Breakfast, but this is fun. I observe. Josh. I observe. What do you think I'm observing? It's not my place. I'm not. You're as much as all the disclaimers, all right? As much as all the disclaimers, right? I'm not a professional. nor am I an expert. Now you might be thinking, oh, is there a difference? There actually is a difference, but we won't talk about that another day. I don't know why I wrote I am twice. I observe. That is my only form of experience. Right? I only observe. So you could call this book smart, I guess. I only observe. These are my only outlets of experience. Sort of. Recently, I have other experience, but I don't have a direct. So with all that said, the goal is that this other experience is only voluntary. And it's only when asked or requested. Because, again, I'm not an expert. So there's a bunch of, like, you know, liable trust. And probably, like, innate reputation. I don't even know if that's called innate reputation. Just reputation in general. So. Oh, yes. Can you be a professional without being an expert? Absolutely. Because a professional is often subjective. And an expert can be quantified by metrics. Here's an example. I draw things I don't like for money. But I do it without complaining. Pro. Do I know what I'm doing? No prior experience doing this exact thing, right? With priors. Expert. With lots. Varying degrees of expertise. We're going to use expertises more because it's on a scale. Expertise, the expert is measured by a quantifiable thing. Professional simply means a state of practice or skill set that is indifferent to yourself. So like you do things because you are paid to do them. Not necessarily that you choose or want to pick your things. You're acting professionally. Like you're trying to, but they're not mutually exclusive of each other either. You can be a professional expert, or you can be an expert with a very, very disagreeable personality, like an absolute diva. So all the other situations, a diva is an expert, but not a pro, for example. As an expert, a diva could be so good that they don't have to be professional about it. Because they can choose their clients. They're they're superstars. Diva. So effectively, you can also be a professional without being an expert. For example, teachers. Professional. Not necessarily an expert. They don't have to be an expert at the thing they're teaching. They can be an expert at teaching, expert teachers, but generally speaking, in my opinion, the harder thing this is very generalizing, right? Pro and expert, right? It's ideally you want both. But if I had to say, if we're not regarding the 1%, yeah, we're gonna say the 1 to 5% who are experts beyond comparison, who are extraordinary, then this is harder. And what I mean by harder, I mean achievable frequency. Not subjective, like, oh yeah. No, it's just achievable frequency. This would be the metric we use. Most of the time, this is more inconsistent. And because it's more inconsistent, it can be perceived as harder. And when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the other 95% who do not command extraordinarily specialization that makes them indispensable as an expert. Like, what could be one of these people? Elon Musk. Elon Musk probably is an expert. Is he professional? He's part of the 1% to the 5%. So if this is weighted harder, he could choose to be an expert without being a professional about it. And he is and he's not in certain cases, right? He's clearly not a professional in certain contexts. And he's clearly not an expert in certain contexts. He actually acts professional in that context. In general, though, neither of these are optional. What I mean is a 1 maybe is sufficient for success, but 2 is Chad. I'll put it in the terms that you do. 1 is often sufficient to be an expert or to be a professional. However, if you have both of the qualities, you are a Chad by any means possible. Chad it up. You're the gold standard of a working person. But yes, this is my take on it, obviously. Some people think professionals are experts and experts are professionals. Like, you know, that's fair. Like, this is just my take on it. Since you asked me the question directly, this is my take. And there are wonderful experts who do not command professionalism. It's not malicious or like not malicious. Sometimes personalities of experts in a specific field pre-selects themselves to acting a certain way. For example, I know athleticism is not commanded as an expert, but imagine an expert ice hockey player, right? Does an ice hockey player have to be professional when they're kicking people's butts? You could say yes, but technically the professionalism comes from the organization imposing on the player. So like, you know, sportsmanly conduct, etc. The professional organization is imposing the professionalism, the subjective nature of being conscientious, representative. The expert themselves don't necessarily have to be professional. They are being enforced to be professional. That's one of those circumstances that you can see situations where the source of the professionalism is coming from somewhere else. That's why professionalism is a far more inconsistent than the super exceptional expertise. Really great one. Since you went to college, Josh, the pro in professor doesn't necessarily make them professionals. They can be really great experts, but you know that the level of professionalism varies between professors, right? And it's not because they deliberately became deficient at something. To get expertise, a lot of times it is in conflict with being a professional. Because if you really want to be super good at something, you have to stop caring about something else. And guess what? I'm going to tie this back. What would you consider a professional and expert in the context that I've said? Professional is likely to behave like a generalist, and an expert is likely to behave like a specialist. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does. Because that's exactly what an expert is. It's a specialist. And then what are specialists? They're far more disagreeable. Do you know? And yeah, because they know their stuff. They know their stuff. What does that mean? Well, they don't have to care about others as much. Because they're focused. They're specialists. And then generalists, well, they're agreeable. Agreeable. What are agreeable? Professionals. Professionals are very agreeable. Hey, you want this? I can't guarantee it'll be the best thing you ever have, but I'm willing to take the job and still do it. I'm an agreeable person. We must compromise. I mean, I don't like drawing waifus, but I'll do it anyways and try my best, right? Professional. And then, you know, then what else could it? Well, they're expendable. So you have to ask yourself, if you want to be a professional, are you expendable? Do you feel like you want to be in a position of expendable, right? I don't mind. Because I'm agreeable. So if I'm expendable, I'll just find another skill set. I'll just do something else. I know I'm not an expert already. Because I don't ever describe myself as a professional or an expert of anything for that matter. But if I'm a professional, I would know that I'm expendable. Because there are a lot of people that can be just as proficient as I am. That is the professional way. You are being agreeable. That's professionalism in a nutshell. If you're an expert, you don't have to be agreeable. You're an expert. You're the best. Whether people like it or not, they'll have to deal with you. If you're in the 1 to 5, you know, the 1 to 5%. However, generally speaking, professionalism tend to come before expert. What if you disagree with yourself? Then you're going to need a life coach. And that life coach is going to have to give you tons and tons of encouragement so that you can rise up to the challenge. I'm just kidding, by the way. You may want to seek someone who is more aggressively encouraging. I think that would be a very fair place to start. Aggressively encouraging. Since you only use I, me, myself, I don't want to do this, you know, this affects me, they're better than me, that kind of thing. Someone out there could help you internalize different things. But I would go back to what I said earlier. And one, echoing the dude, when you're stuck, even when you're depressed about yourself, right? Me and I. doing something and getting involved and helping someone else and coming back to your loop, this type of act, yes, it requires effort. But generally speaking, the outcome of this act tend to get your mind off of this loop. And often it does, even negative, positive, they often feed back to demonstrating that you're worth something. You have substance, meaning, skills, desirable. You can impact something. Okay, sometimes, yes, it doesn't have to literally be people. I guess you could do it indirectly. You could go to your parents and tell them that you love them. That could be a sweet gesture. It is the holiday season. There are many ways that can demonstrate that your presence is worth something. I'm not going to use the lower barrier thing, Josh. It is very, very hard to demonstrate that you are important to someone else, if that helps. This is not easy. So, if you keep saying that the things I'm suggesting are just easy because it's for noobs, then this one is not easy. If that helps. Right? Help someone. If you help someone, you are worth something. If that person did... Oh man. I really hope that it's not like this can fail, obviously, so I'm not going to entertain that idea. But generally speaking, this is one of the most effective ways. If you don't want to seek a professional or something, and just if you have all the excuses to prevent you from seeking a therapist, this would be the statistical norm. Just start with providing a humble gesture to someone. Actually, you don't even necessarily have to help them. You just have to be involved. So it could be, hey, ask someone to play a game. But you actually have to achieve it. We're not talking about just asking and they say no and it's like, well, back to my loop. You actually have to achieve it. Well, then that sounds like you're breaking the loop, Josh. Now that's an open opportunity for that someone to help you with your loop. You know, you're kinking the loop. Keep doing it. You know? You're kind of doing some of the things, Josh. Like you go on and you vent, right? You vent about some things. Not in a way that is helpful for... So here's a challenge. You're already talking about self-deprecation and whatnot. The next goal, in my opinion, a great goal, would be to communicate something that it invites someone to help you. Or like give enough details that someone is able to maybe, hey, you're always here, you're always saying hi, you're a nice person. Next day, you know, someone DMs like, hey, you know, you didn't say hi today. Are you okay? When you get involved with people, it could be something that is like a routine. It breaks your routine. Obviously, ideally, you would want to do this within your own environment, the environment that you're looking for jobs and people. You're creating a support system, right? It sounds like you don't have quite a support system that complements what you require. Maybe someone that is super aggressively disagreeable that tells you, hey, you know what? Suck it up, Josh. This is what you have to do. Do it now. If you don't do it tomorrow, I'm gonna nag you until you do it. Or something. I don't know. I'm not an aggressive person. So I can't really I can't really achieve that. It almost sounds like I'm meowing instead of roaring when I try to do that. You have to find someone that's more appropriate. It goes back to the therapist thing, right? If I was a open therapist for application, I wouldn't excel at this. So I wouldn't do this. You can't handle this aggressive thing? Yeah, but you make excuses for the non-aggressive thing too. So which is it? You know? I'm what this guy, the person that said this, like the thing that I'm taking from, the person that I'm referring to, that person would qualify me as too soft. And they would say that I would least likely to be successful. And that's pretty correct. In most cases, I would agree with this person on their assessment about being soft. If you are soft, you often don't present yourself with confidence and value. So I only present myself as not like, I only harden up when I'm actually needing to get business done. But this isn't my job. So my job is not to masquerade as a professional therapist. My job is simply to rehearse and talk and share. I'm a conversationalist is what I usually use the word. I'm not a therapist. But the person that said this thing would probably say I'm in the position I am in because I'm too soft. I'm not a monster. The specific word is monster. But one thing that I would not concede to him is that he would insist possibly that I might be suppressing my dissatisfaction. For example, that it might be inherent that people want to be successful. So in order to be consistently successful, you have to harden up, not to be soft, because of the society we live in today, at least in the United States. I'm not sure for other countries, that being more aggressive or more disagreeable is a lot more consistent in terms of success. However, whether this person believes me or not, I decided, I chose to be soft. When I was more aggressive, yes, I was successful. So I agree with them in all cases, but I don't know if such an aggressive person is going to agree with me that I'm happy with being like soft, like someone who's not selfish and aggressively opportunistic. Because if I were, I wouldn't be simply chatting and considering myself a non-professional and expert. I would take the reins, go get certified, which is within my skill set. I could easily get certified and do this professionally, but I'm not going to, because I choose not to. And they could accuse me, and rebuttals like, am I happy? Well, overall, I'm content. Then they would refute and say, well, you can be happier. And I'm like, that is correct. I can be happier. Like, there would be no disagreement. So this particular person, pretty strong. He's a shark. Like, this guy is a shark, as well as a lot of other people. But there are, like, neuroscientists. He's not necessarily that kind of dude, but, you know, there are other people who are a bit more dry. They talk about facts and they converse about what ifs, hypotheticals, or current applications of the data mining or the meta-analyses of that's coming out from the profession. That's more what I'm doing, basically. You take it for what you want, the interpretation. That other person weaponizes, I don't want to use the word weaponize. They apply that stuff. They're in the market to apply and create results. Wow. You have like podcasters, those people who find time out of their expert work to regale and enlighten on the current trends of neuroscience or something like that. Weaponizing is a word that I would technically use for a lot of influencers who aren't professionals or experts. That's why the joke is internet experts. There are very few actual professionals on the internet that would want to be called an internet expert. Because that is... Imagine being an expert on everything on the internet. I don't even know what that is. Yes, agreed. Internet experts are no joke because they weaponize information, and that's... I mean, it's pragmatic. It's very pragmatic. What I said the other day was the lack of standardization. So at this moment, the internet, right, is the Wild West. That's such a Americanized term, I'm sorry. But I hope you understand. It's the Wild West. I know it's not relatable when it comes to cultural places, but we'll just go with it. I guess you played enough video games, right, to understand this. And like Red Dead Redemption, right? RDR2, okay? The internet is RDR2. It's like a baby right now when it comes to institutions. And I'm using this phrase is because it's technically an organized thought. Or maybe even groups. So it does constitute an institution. And this institution, because it's a baby, lacks standards. Until this baby becomes an adult, we don't know what the standards are. So, experts inherently and professionals can be used at any time because we have no standards. So, it's not my place to tell them. It's not my place to tell influencers, hey, you're not a professional. Or you're not an expert. Like most things, for myself, as someone who exercises critical thinking, well, there's no standards. Like no formal standards, right? At the moment, that's enforced. No enforced formal standards. Yeah, you can do anything you want. There's legit no standards. So I can't say they're not, nor can I say they are professionals. Like I can't say any of that. There's nothing to compare it to. Other experts and other pros and experts, which I no longer identify as. I am no longer a scientific expert in anything. I am 3+ years out of date. I'm not an exercise professional. I don't take money for service completed. Like, I'm not in a contractual agreement and held liable to offer a service for cost, right? So I'm neither of these things. What they do is they use standards not on the internet. To compare it to. Okay? So these pros and experts, that's kind of fair, you know, non-internet standards. That's kind of a great starting place, you know. Sure. That's a starting place. But my apprehension and ambivalence in terms of critical thinking is that these people are not internet pros and experts. So it's the chicken or the egg problem. If you are identifying non-internet standards and you have a group of people who aren't even on the internet making this comparison, not only is this an apples versus orange comparison, it's underrepresented as well. In both ways. Now, it's great to have non-internet experts weigh in, though. But you also need representatives of the internet as well. You have to account for sampling interpretation of standards. So, at the current moment, this stuff is being investigated. Like, there's a bridge now. A bridge is being made where you have individuals that's been in the industry, the internet industry, for long enough in which they matriculated to be talking about the institutions that are involved, like YouTube, Google, and stuff, and then ironing out what the standards are. You've seen loose examples of these that are being enforced, like YouTube and Twitch and whatnot. So it's getting there. Hot take. 3 years. I'm gonna say 3 years. There might be a standard. And the standard would be applied to posts, edited content. There's gonna be probably like a schism for live content. Which means, I don't know, segregation of content, segregation of the nature of content. And all of these will have separate standards, possibly, in 3 years. It's probably my hot take. But this is more like a fun little gamble thing. And it's so nebulous because all I'm doing is extrapolating how far it's taken to get certain dialogues happening and how long it takes to enact. So this could be way off the mark or not. It's just for fun, you know? But at some point, there will be standardization down the road, right? I just chose 3 because I'm filling it out. No evidence. Well, I do have some, but they're loose at best. But for all intents and purposes, there's no evidence. It's just something fun to say. I think these are the most likely case. Post-edited content will have a standardization that's globalized based on a platform because there's generally just one. And then there's going to be a gigantic schism, or a specialization or segregation of live content. And the live content will all have separate standards because live content is inherently inconsistent. And to produce consistency, they have to segregate those things in order to better define standards. Because if you try to smash all live content into one thing, creating a standardization that applies to all the live content, you get Twitch today. Twitch is an example. Your guesstimate is 20 plus years? Oh. Interesting. Are you gonna be here 20 plus years, Hulk? I'll take your fun bet. Like we'll make a this isn't The Price is Right, but We'll make a non-formal, just a fun thing. I don't think it's 20 plus years. Namely because using the movement of information, I'll clarify that this will be like 90% adoption. Interesting. I will still take your bet because it's using the classical way of information. I would agree with you if internet didn't transfer information and the matriculation of the internet isn't as rapid. Totally agree. It was outside the context. It would be very much in line with something like this category of people would say. So it's either between three. It's like more rapid, right? It's rapid versus traditional, conventional. I don't think the internet will survive 20 plus years without standardization. Obi-Wan, because you have to realize, no, I don't care about 100%. I'm talking about the infrastructure of that accounts for the traffic. You can't have 100% in any case. Yeah, I agree. Right. 90% is a very reasonable one. I would have said even 80% would be very reasonable, because I don't even think the country I live in is 80% compliant. I mean, there's a private sector in the United States. So I'm pretty sure the private sector probably their standardization is like I haven't ever worked in the private sector, so I don't really know. But I don't think 20 years the internet is going to survive without standardization and enforcement of that standardization in 20 years. But hey, I'll take I will live another 20 years, so consider it remembered, Hawk. It's very difficult for me to forget these things, so we will revisit. I'm saying both. I don't think it's exclusive, right? So I'm being a little bit more inclusive. I went with a safe bet that there's going to be a standardization of post-edited content and a segregation. But I don't think it's going to be treated equal in the sense of the type of content. The type of content will be segregated. Live content will be segregated. Much like how like stand-up comedy versus screened and edited comedy. There's a touchy subject about how long it takes to litigate and like make policies for compelled speech and censorship. So, however, I don't think the internet can survive 20 plus years. So it will be aggressively sped. It doesn't have to be a agreeable standard. So that I didn't clarify. But in the enforcement of a standard that has an adoption is all that's required. And in this case, there isn't one at the moment. So our criteria might be different too. However, I'll take your word for it. I won't forget this conversation. So 20 years. We'll see in 20 years. I'll still be alive, I think. In 20 years. Hopefully I'll still be alive. But I absolutely disagree. Because it doesn't take into account the unprecedented nature of information travel on the internet. We live in unprecedented times, and it's aggressively faster. Lots of the things that are matriculated now are aggressively faster than their bureaucratic counterparts. Like I said, I already addressed that. I think you are traditionally thinking that traditional legislation and bureaucratics are going to be the hallmark of policing this. And yeah, 20 years sounds very reasonable. if that's the assumption you're making. And I will think about it. I disagree with that perspective. But we'll see. We'll see. Because the internet is not legislation based on one country. So I don't think that traditional legislation and bureaucratics is going to fly on a globalized system. I mean, technically, China already has a standardization. You can deep dive into the algorithmic feeds for China. But I'm talking about the United States, obviously. So we still have to take into account bureaucratic perspective and legislation. And even then, I don't think so. We got 3 years. It's okay. See, I'm more in the line of being incorrect for choosing 3 years, but it's, yeah. If it's longer, okay. I'm not really losing anything other than being hopeful. Alright. With that said, I really need to go. My voice is giving out. Tomorrow, I'll be back in the evening. It was a long, fun digression. And the only example I have off the top of my head is pornographic content online. Yeah. And there's live pornographic content. And post-edited pornographic content. Both of those are intrinsically governed by how they appeal in standards. And it impacts their monetization. So, we'll see how that works out. I think that's going to be resolved within the next year. Anyways. Thanks for sharing your perspective, Hulk. Haven't gotten a chance to talk in a while. Alright. Okay. Take care, guys, as always. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I don't see you guys, have a great New Year's. Happy holidays to everyone. And yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.